everybody.
Hello.
We were completely. To be fair, we were close already. First up, hey Wilbo and hey Tal, redeemed a hydrate straight off the bat. I have the chat up, so woof. Big changes coming here to Chasing Tales.
Careful.
Whoa. I guess I better pour myself a drink.
It's perfect though. I can see the chat, but not the numbers, so I don't freak myself out about anything. But I can see you guys.
I see everything.
Wilbo, thank you so much for subbing at tier number 2 for some reason. Again, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
We love you, Wilbo.
How dare you?
Hold on.
How dare you be such a legend?
What's up, Wilbo?
I need to get my dice out. Wait, hold on. That means I get my box and my dice. But see, there's a new box in town.
Oh.
Now I
What's
tweeted
in this new box, Andrew?
I may have done like a response to a tweet and hinted at some kicking teasers. Now I was gonna hold off on this and save it, but I have no self-control, and so here we are.
You don't.
Look at this goddamn beautiful son of a bitch box.
Ooh.
It's heavy.
In
it's
the light,
chunky.
in the light.
And
yes.
if you've been good and gone to Instagram to check out SaberDice,
you will have seen
Mr.
it.
Simon, our wonderful new player here on your screens, you'll know what that means. It's only a set of motherfucking Chasing Tales dice. What the absolute shit?
Look at those.
They're so pretty.
We'll post sexies of these properly and share them around. Because at some point we'll do a giveaway with these. Not yet because I want to use them. But they're here and I want to turn them off because I have no self-control.
Don't you have 2 sets?
Not for you.
Don't you have 2 sets?
I think that's the selling point of the giveaway, right? Is you get not only Chasing Tales dice, but Chasing Tales dice that have been used
to
by
kill
Andrew.
By Andrew.
By the DM.
Potentially even with like a skin cell or 2 of Andrew.
I will obviously clean everything before I
You can throw your own Andrew.
Look, if you pay extra, we will
pay extra and we'll throw in some DNA.
Yeah. Some bathwater
Clone your
too.
own elder brain.
Some bathwater too, you know. Just
You pay extra.
That's the premium price, Alex.
Andrew, you never
Who
had
had
control.
5 minutes in? Who had
No, I
5
didn't.
minutes in?
goddamn.
5 seconds.
Okay. So let's getting on the track to begin with. Welcome back, everybody. If you've been here before, thank you so much for coming back. We love every single one of you. If you're here for the first time, welcome to Chasing Tales. We are a UK-based TTRPG group, network, channel, thing. We do the tabletops. We have variety stuff every other Monday. Keep your eyes out for that. But for now, we play Dungeons and Dragons in our wonderful little homebrew campaign with our wonderful cast of characters. Look at those beautiful bastards. Before we get into tonight's game, resume the carnage and chaos that we left off with last week, couple little orders of business. First up, advantage for Meg.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
and
Meg, you got
posture
advantage.
check. And posture
And a
check.
posture check. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. While I'm posture checking, first up, a recurring thank you to our recurring friends of the show and supporters, the Cognitive Merchant. I don't know, I'm doing this.
you good.
Wonderful friends of the show, wonderful purveyors of handmade leather and vegan leather, dice bags, dice trays, TTRPG accessories, LARP gear, and the rest. You deserve amazing things. They deserve your money. Put those things together at thecognitivemerchant.co.uk. Check out their socials, their TikToks, their Etsy stores, and check out their really, really cool stuff.
Jay is also making really cool, like, bunny masks and stuff at the moment,
yeah.
if that's your shit, so...
I mean,
Go
it's
help.
called
Go help
Dungeons and Dragons.
the
So we're all
bills,
into that.
innit?
Alex. You fuck. Look at you. We also, again, once more are joined by the wonderful Simon of SaberDice.
Oh,
Give us a wave,
Hello.
Simon.
Yeah,
He's also a really solid FPS player. Thumbs up for Simon for that.
yeah.
On top of that, as
Don't be bringing
just
your
shown,
siege shit into this stream.
Yeah, what is this?
my branding will extend.
No.
You can check out some of the most gorgeous dice I've seen. There is a reason they go out of stock like that. It's because they are incredible and beautiful. Go check them out on Instagram, which is at SaberDice. Go look at them. They're gorgeous. And they're made by this dude, which is great. Lastly, newly and very excitedly, I want to, for the first time properly, say thank you to every single one of you for following us, supporting us, joining us with these stories, and for continuing to do so because of that, because of you guys, we are now supported by D&D Beyond.
What the fuck?
I mean,
How exciting is that?
what?
Hell yeah.
We don't have we like my main problem is we don't have the space on the overlay. Like, I thought about it and I do not know where to put it. Like, we need to stop, people. God.
I can't see the overlay, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Like, there's no space to put the logo anymore. Like, I
Cover my
We have
face
run
up
out
with
of
it. I
logo
don't care.
space.
like
Just stick it on top of my face.
okay,
Look,
I will.
if you don't know what it is, D&D Beyond is the official digital toolset for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. It's where you keep all of your books, all of your character sheets, where you can access and reference your spells and abilities and equipment super, super easily. It's what I use to make every homebrew monster that I make, and I make a lot. It's where all of our characters keep their wonderful character sheets to use easily, track their health, spell slots, and abilities. It's incredible, it's so useful, and has done so much work in helping make it easy to play online with your friends throughout the pandemic. If you want to go check that out, you can do so in using the link in the Discord. I'm going to try this out for the first time. D&D Beyond. Huh? That worked? Someone tell me if that worked.
Yeah, it
worked.
worked.
Oh yeah, it
Rhubarb.
It worked. Hell
It
yeah.
worked.
There you go. Fucking whack that link in there. Move your stuff over to D&D Beyond and check out what they do. On top of those articles and shit. Lastly, and certainly not leastly, we are also hosting our first of many giveaways with D&D Beyond. If you are going to go and make a startup using it for your characters and stuff, you want to have the races, you want to have the classes, and to do that, you'll need the player's handbook, and we can help out with that as well. We are going to be doing a giveaway for a codes for the player's handbook to use on D&D Beyond this week, and next week, and next week, and we'll be holding those at our giveaway. So stick around we'll do that during our break. Stick around to our halftime break and we'll run that giveaway stuff then. Cross our fingers that it all works. And one of you lovely folks will get a player's handbook for free. So, that. See, beforehand I was always like, we've rattled through the announcements super quick. This feels like I shouldn't be done yet. Now it feels like I'm done. Now,
It's
line under that. This is where we run the cool animated intro video that one day we'll get around to commissioning.
Yeah.
Imagine it looks great.
We already have a cool animated intro video.
We do.
Yeah.
Made by
Another one.
Proopy.
I feel like we need like a logo thing. I'm picturing like
logo.
there's like
Star
a
wipe into the campaign.
Should we not do this now while we're on stream and about to
I feel
chopping your
Alright,
hair
so-
is the appropriate
Look,
place.
I feel
We're putting the D&D on hold. We're having an admin meeting on stream right now. If you could just hold for like 2,
Yeah, if you guys could
3
chill
hours.
out.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
Okay. No, you're right, Maggie. You're right. So, bringing us back
Time is
into
of the essence.
Okay.
We've been live for 10 minutes, please.
bringing us into the action. Meg, there's a reason Meg's in charge. So, our adventurers, the Soulguard, this adventuring party, have crossed lands and plains, resurrecting each other from the dead, conquering alien invaders, and recently uncovering the elements of potential conspiracy leading to the war that was plaguing their country. The arcane nation of Volm had invaded the kingdom of Adigan, many of the party's home, and this conflict has come to an abrupt ceasefire, an uneasy one, as a potential conspiracy by some of the councillors of Volm seems influenced by the Lich Queen Kaiser, the apparent primary antagonist at the moment, threatening much of the Silveran Sea. And so our group, the Soulguard, have ventured forth on behalf of Adigan into Volm to seek out reasons and potential evidence for this collaboration between this powerful Lich Queen and these particular councillors. They arrived, they scouted forth, drafted plans, and delving into an airfield, the home of the arcane shimmer ships, the group found some interesting discrepancies among flight records, and passed a very simple message. But it turns out the invisible himbo and rabbit is maybe not the most appropriate delivery system, and absolute carnage broke out, alarms rung, people almost killed, massive golems flung hundreds of feet in the air, and they escaped. Before the search parties and the response force could arrive to try and take control of the situation, the Soulguard and their new friend, a clown by the name of Rupert, ran off into the darkness and hid under a bush, and then inside a magnificent mansion beneath the bush, both cases very well hidden. And that as all of you, the Soulguard and their new host, sit around a table in this magnificent tent-like mansion, beginning to think about your next steps, wondering how safe you are and for how long you might be so, is where we pick up. And so, a quick round of introductions for anyone who has joined us fresh. A quick word as to who you are and what you look like. And we'll start at the bottom of my screen, at least, with Jordan.
That's me. Hello. I am Jordan. I play my wonderful boy Nute, who is a Dwergar Way of the Sun Soul monk. He's about 3'7", has long white hair, usually put back into a ponytail, and a wiry beard with flecks of grass sewn in between. His body is covered in intricate elven tattoos that can heat up on command for a bit of time in a day. Usually quite simple, baggy clothing, and also the partner of the wonderful Hemlock, who he loves very dearly.
Yo.
And he's also just real good at punching. Unrelated, I would like to specify and make very clear. But he's just very good at punching. That's why.
Thank you for the clarification. Hemlock.
Hi, that's
Rowan.
me. Sorry, we've got bots in the chat.
Yeah.
Slap them bitches out of here.
Get rid of them. There's
There's
loads
so
of
many
them.
of them.
Yeah, there's so many.
Ah,
of them.
Whack a
I'm
bot.
trying.
Mods, can you please?
Look,
Well,
I need
mods
to open
play.
mod view.
While the mods play Whack-a-Bot. Hi, I'm Hemlock. I play Hemlock. She is a 14th level Circle of Spores druid, and is, at least from a distance, appears to be a half-orc, half-elf with dark green skin and small tusks and pointed ears poking out from a messy black braid interwoven with flowers and twigs and leaves. She wears big Coke bottle glasses to assist with an astigmatism and walks with a staff carved for her by her partner Nute to assist with a limp that she's had from birth. Although approaching her and looking her over a bit more closely, you'll see that her half-orc skin is decorated all over with mushrooms, namely growing out of the top of her head like a hat and her cheekbone. She is a pile of mushrooms, the shape of a lady. And she wears very nice kind of cottagecore clothes and is accompanied at all times by her familiar Lily, who is a green glass frog with a mushroom growing out of her back, who's also a zombie, but we love her anyway.
I mean, we almost love her more in spite because of it.
Yeah.
David.
Hello, I'm David. I play Markos Astreva. He is a human man, tan skin, average height, like 5'9", something like that. Tan skin and short cropped black hair with a scruffy beard. And he is a ranger rogue with a rifle. Big sneak, big perceive, big shoot. Rifleman, Royal Adagani infantry gun scouts, yada yada.
How many R's can we get in there? Ranger rogue, rifleman.
Markos Astreva. I just sound like Scooby Doo. Markos Astreva?
Bro.
Alex.
I was gonna say my name is Alex, but then yeah. I am playing Ashura Takahashi. I am a 12-level bard, 2-level paladin. He's a drow, dark purple skin, bold, tons of scars on his face, some beautiful sunglasses on his face, long dark blue coat with tons of very complex silver threads, a silver armor, breastplate underneath, some gauntlets of ogre powers, and a devil's sword by his hip.
To be fair, there's a very, very, very pretty other sword in the other hip as well.
Oh yes, I completely forgot about that. And there's this beautiful sword on my other hip, which is a normal
What's its
sword.
name? What's its name?
This sword is richer than you.
Oh, that's the sword's name.
That's the sword. Yeah, that's the sword's name. Yeah, that's the.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean,
It's
For
what
now.
it's called on his character sheet.
Yeah, it is.
When I was piloting him last session.
God damn it. Mickey.
Hello.
Space wielder.
I don't know what that was. Hi. I play Maple. Maple is a gnome. She's 3'4". She is undead, and she will stab you. No. She has black curly hair in like a mohawk braided down the center of her head, with a single strand of orange like weaving through. She has shaved sides with floral marigold tattoos. She wears no sleeves and no shoes because fuck you. And over her like arms and her feet, and on the rest of her body, you would assume, she has like black lightning tattoos that follow her bone structure. She is a 9th level rogue, 5th level barbarian, so she will sneak up on you and then hurt you a lot.
This is what I hope my girlfriend aspires to do.
Yeah.
Sad days. Lastly, a wonderful new friendo, Simon. Who are you playing and what do they look like?
Hi, I am playing Rupert the Clown, also known as Ruby, who is a beautiful, majestic 6-foot character who is draped in a turquoise cloak and has diamond pattern tights with red diamonds on them. He also wears a smiley face, plain white mask with just a single red stripe over one eye. There is no sign of any skin anywhere on him, because he's completely covered in clothing. He has gauntlets, which seem to be the only pair of armor that he wears, and he has a 3-pointed jester's hat that hangs from his head. He also jingles, but there are no signs of any bells on him anywhere.
Another difference, he just has like minor illusion up constantly. He's going jingle,
Jingle, yeah, that's it.
jingle, jingle.
It's not. It's his
Prestidigitation,
swords,
I
right?
know. We know.
Yeah.
Secret stealthy.
I got
sword.
The hidden
swords,
swords.
they jingle, jangle, jingle.
Does that mean that like covert watch salesmen also jingle? Because they have many watches in their coat.
I think they have to, yeah.
Why do watch salesmen have to be covert though?
I mean, usually,
lock their
I think
doors if
they're
they get too
not-
close.
Yeah,
usually if you're hiding them in your coat, it's because it's not legit, you
Yeah,
know?
they're not-
They're like counterfeit watches.
Yeah, the fake. The fake.
Crime
When are you
watches.
buying?
The crime watches.
When are you buying?
It
This is so uncomfortable.
Please
Someone
ring
wants-
these watches.
The watch
Someone walks
strap
up to him
really
like,
pinches the lining.
Oh
Excuse
no,
me,
it
do you have the
shakes so
time?
bad.
Oh yeah, hold on. It's what time zone do you want?
You just stop.
Let's transition this
To-
into the 6 of you in this dark and dimly lit but beautiful space around this central table surrounded by like almost ethereal trapeze artists swinging above as you have sat down to consider your tactics,
That's so cool.
running over the events of the last couple hours, and Markos receiving a communication from a 2nd Lieutenant Odelia from the 2nd Beast Corps, saying that they have been tasked to your command. You have a small squad of Phase Spider and Blink Dog
maybe.
riders at your command, and they will contact in a few hours to receive orders. Alex.
Can I be annoying and can I get a small description from Simon of the interior of the Magnificent Mansion? Because I was in there last week.
Well, maybe if you watched the VOD of the last game, you would know, because we got a description of it.
Come
It's like a
on.
circus tent.
Exactly.
Anyway.
God damn it.
It's the coolest shit tent. It's
Exactly.
very
I
cool.
like.
It's a big circus tent, and there are aerialists in the dining room.
Let's-
It's very exciting.
It's Simon's house. I just want to know. Simon, please tell me about it.
Okay, well, first off, the all of the wallpaper inside of my absolutely magnificent mansion is the same pattern as my tights. So it's just red diamond pattern wallpaper with drapes hanging between every column in my mansion. There are trapeze artists on top of the dining room table that pour wine into the glasses. There aren't any chairs around the table except just giant balancing balls to which you can stand on top and juggle with. Yeah, and then also I forgot to include, but there is also a lion cage in there, but it's left open, and there is no lion in there currently. And there's also a giant wooden spinning wheel to which I can strap somebody to and throw knives at.
Okay, that's fucking amazing.
Yeah, and all of the servants are in clown outfits, so yeah, there you go.
Don't know what's worse of having a lion in a cage or a cage that should have a lion in it, not have a lion in it.
Or the person dartboard wheel in the dining room.
He's roaming.
How else am I meant to practice my sword throwing? It took many years to perfect this craft, alright?
Free range lion.
Yeah.
Free range
Free
lion.
range
Yeah.
lion, goddamn.
Lays better eggs.
It's fine, guys. Technically, the people inside this mansion aren't real, so
Yeah.
it's
That's
cool.
rude.
We're not real?
God damn it.
I mean,
That's what we're saying,
This
Nute.
is some kind of game.
So it's
So-
been, it's 7:54. Wait, it's 6:54. Let's get on.
You are. We open to resuming your conversation about what has happened and what you guys wish to do next. So
This is still evening time, I
yes,
think.
yeah, you guys have. I mean, early morning. You guys traveled across like early AM, ventured forth, encountered the ambush across the lake, traveled into the city, met Rupert, went into the hangar, did all of that mess, ran for about 10 minutes, found a bush, and dived in here, and have been chatting for a few minutes. But that's essentially where we are. So it's early AM right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, what do we want to do, team? I think sleep is probably on the cards, but
Well,
these phase spider cavalry, like, they could be very useful. We might want to maybe sleep on ideas of what to do with them.
I mean, I don't want to be that person, but I believe at the end of the last game we discussed they're near Ezodam, which is where that shimmer ship crashed, apparently. So we could get them to go and check it out.
Good plan.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's the idea. Get them to investigate the area, maybe see if they can find anything untoward around Ezodan.
That's a good
Yeah.
idea. I feel sleeping is definitely what we should do, looking at how rough you look, Markos. But what are we doing
Are
tomorrow?
we-
Thank you.
What?
I thought I cleaned up okay, but yes, I'm a
No, I
little
meant
charred
like you
still.
look. Yeah, I mean you're bleeding a lot. Like you still.
Did quite,
You're still a
Yeah.
bit
To
singed.
be fair,
Yeah.
the explosion cauterized most of the wounds. This blood is dried on at this point.
Okay, fair enough.
One of your eyebrows is kind of gone.
Yeah,
That happens.
weird. Yeah, just.
You would be surprised the number of gun scouts who actually have to draw their eyebrow back on because of a backfire and it
Oh.
burns off. It's not good.
I always wondered how the soldiers get such good eyebrows.
Well, crayons.
Canon.
It's all next to the training schedule.
It's canon.
Generally, it's lucky if you have dark-colored hair because
Yeah.
the soot from the rifle you can just
Ah.
go whoop and
You
it
can-
looks normal again from a distance.
I wondered why they all had thick, finger-shaped eyebrows.
Pretty sure that's how girls do their eyebrows. Like,
Yeah,
people
it's-
practice just doing, just get really good at going.
Yeah, you just
Have
go
your
like
finger
that.
in a fireplace and do that, and eyebrows on fleek.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I just dip my finger in an eyeshadow palette.
Eyebrows
And
on.
then if you get angry at someone, you just rub out the edges and you
And then you
definitely
just then if you're sad, you rub them out and you make them go that way.
If you want to look judgmental, you rub one of them off and put it slightly higher up.
No, but, no. So we should definitely sleep. But what's the plan for tomorrow?
Well, we can't go back to the factory for obvious reasons. I don't know whether it'd be good for us to be seen anywhere close to it.
I don't
but
think so.
Rupert, you said, I mean, the reason why you're here is that we're helping you find your friends. Maybe we can stay away from the factory areas and look around other places where they might have taken people. That way we can look for some more information on the people that we want to find, as well as Rupert's friends.
Yes, I think that would be a very good idea, because to be completely honest, I am a bit concerned with my friend, and though I enjoy hanging out with you people as much as I could possibly do and watch explosions happen consistently, I do feel I need to find my friend.
That's very fair.
That is,
Might be an idea. Those among us who can use magic, maybe see if you can prepare a spell that helps us find people.
I can do that.
Yeah, I can't prepare spells, but okay.
All right, buddy. Neither can I.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I just can't change the spells I know. I just kind of
Same.
stuck into.
I don't even know that one spell that I knew because I was a gnome.
Oh,
That's the one.
well, you mean minor, like the one where I just
I can't do that anymore.
yeah,
That
no, that
sucks.
sucks.
Dying, like, wiped that out of my existence, apparently.
So
To be fair, you died and now you just can't use illusion. Like, there's worse.
Yeah.
definitely.
There are benefits to being undead, I suppose.
I know,
Looks
right?
at the bag of holding.
Yeah, like like not breathing, I guess. Yeah.
Not being dead among them.
Yeah.
One of them.
That's true. Undead is not dead.
And that is not dead. Okay, so two of the things we need to look at that we had a list of 3, which was the Shimmership building, which we have kind of literally crossed off the map.
Yeah.
The second is the Warforged, the place where they make them. And
Factory.
Factory is always the word. Adegani is weird. And the tower, or the possibility of looking into where Braut might be. Braut. I can't say that.
Brot, I think.
Yeah, I stopped trying at one point.
Volman names are a little confusing to me.
He'll, if I call him in the streets, he'll understand. Braut, he'll just turn around. So I feel like it's all the same.
Rupert and Nute, could the two of you make... Let's go for history checks.
Yeah, my dice.
Is this for the pronunciation?
I need the roll.
15.
I got a 6. Yeah.
You haven't been in Takastor very long, Rupert. Your familiarity with the city in general is not great. You know that different Volman cities are quite different from each other. They feel almost like little separate countries in some ways. Nute, your knowledge of the city is limited. The point of you being there was to be made and to be trained and then to be shipped off somewhere else. Literally. While you were here, however, a few aspects of the city that you do recall. There is not just one Warforged factory. There is a number of small ones dotted throughout the city, with the express purpose being that if in times of war one were to be targeted, it wouldn't eliminate their capability to produce Warforged. You are aware that the layout of the city in general is near the lake's edge, near like the river's edge, is like a big industrial district, and then kind of up the hillside it goes into like there's like a line of industrial, residential, and with a 15, you are aware that if the alarms are triggered to this degree, it is completely locked down. Utterly. Flying Warforged in the sky, patrols in the streets, roadblocks on corners. Any means of conventionally going back into town are unlikely. That is what you are aware of. How you may think about what you can do about that, or what you might wish to do, is obviously up to you.
They got the city on lockdown.
City on lockdown.
Goddamn. Not lockdown again.
Uh,
Andrew, OOC question. Did we see trees in the city center?
In the area that you were in, no.
Okay.
Um,
Damn it.
Everywhere we go now, it's just like, did we see a tree?
Yeah, did we touch it?
you've seen trees near where you are right now.
Yeah.
Potentially big enough to use for transport via plants, maybe.
When me and Markos flew over initially, did we see any within the area of the city?
In the area of the city, you didn't get close enough, I don't think, to spot one to be familiar with.
Yeah, I think we deliberately sort of tried to.
We tried to stay out, yeah.
Yeah.
Takastor airspace, yeah.
I knew we'll have share this information with everyone else, of course.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so getting out seems to be a problem right now. No moving around.
I mean, getting out seems easy enough. We just find a tree. It's getting in.
Right. Yes. You're
That's
right.
it's a struggle. But Andrew, would I have an idea of how long these lockdowns typically last? Is it like they last for a set period or until they find a thing?
I don't think you know. I don't think a lockdown occurred while you were there. I think they probably had drills. Of like, right, we are going through the motions of a full lockdown. And from your memory, which for you it rings oddly clear. Your memory is spotty at times, and details often elude you. But this was drilled into you fairly well, and was one of the few times that you actually got to move around the city a little bit. They react to any triggered intrusion with maximum severity. There are soldiers in the streets, there are flying things in the sky, scanning the entire location. As far as how long it goes on, I think with the 15, you're aware that there are wizards and clerics and arcanists capable of fairly powerful divination magic, some of which can be used to attain simple answers to questions. Are the intruders gone? Being one such simple question magic can answer.
To be fair, we are in a different plane of existence right now.
So we are kind of gone
We are gone.
for those next hours, 8 hours.
Still find out who was there though.
Yeah. Shit. So we have no information as to where your friend would be kept, right, Rupert?
Unfortunately not. All I know is that he's gone missing in this city and I need to find him.
Okay.
Give me till tomorrow morning, and then I'll be able to, potentially with your help, Rupert, maybe get a closer eye on a vague location at least, narrowed down so it's not just a whole city that we're searching.
That's a good idea.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
And by the way, did you find anything in the shimmer ship factory? Or anything of
Yes,
interest?
this is also something we went through at the end of last session. But I told everyone about the book that I found.
Cool.
And yeah, I found a flight log, and it had the flight with the zombies in. And it was written by someone else which was kind of weird, and it was like a trial flight, and they had a package, and they apparently crashed, but they never found the ship or whatever.
They were all
Not
like
the normal logbook guy.
all trainees
Yeah.
in civilian clothing.
It was written down by a Greyblade, which was weird.
Weird.
High
Okay.
ranking Greyblade.
I'm also still so anxious about those stairs onto the floor. I want to fucking know what they are. I want to go down there, but we can't go back.
To be fair, the last place they'll check for us is the place where we were last seen, you know? Like,
I don't know. No, I don't think that's how that works.
That's a brilliant idea.
Like Detective 101.
Detective 101. We don't go back to the place of the... Yeah, no, it's exactly the other way around. Damn
We
it.
don't go back to the place with the giant brass column that nearly killed us after we. Right. Okay.
If we know where those stairs are,
We could just.
Could we just like bob
You, s-
to
if you say,
underneath the
if you say,
factory?
I was gonna say, if you say send a rabbit, I may have to kill you.
Look,
Ah,
I've
yeah.
realized.
I mean-
look, I've realized that's a bad idea now.
Yep. No.
Good.
No.
I-
no rabbit ever again.
It could have been something
Could
small
also-
like a rat.
I could try doing that whole thing where I slip into the ethereal plane for a sec.
How far can you do that? Like. how
For approximately 12 seconds.
So that's how fast can you run?
Pretty fast. I can run 50 feet in 6 seconds, so... Actually, if I run as fast as possible, I can run 150 feet in 6 seconds.
Hey,
So... I could do that.
Could.
I can-
That still requires us to get you fairly close to the gate, and
Yes.
I don't know how safe that's going to be.
Not at all.
I also have another potion of invisibility, so...
I
Just-
I have a sneaking suspicion that invisibility won't help us too much right now,
No.
especially
I
since
want to know
we've
what's
already
down the
used.
stairs.
We have used that trick once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we want to go and look at those stairs, we can at least leave it a few days. We've
Yeah.
got other things that we can look at. We don't just have to sit here and twiddle our thumbs.
Let
can come
it
back to
calm
it.
down a bit.
To be fair, we can also. I feel your spell, Hemlock, the one where you look at someone or you sometimes you
Yes.
can do also
Oh,
a place,
crime.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could do that. I don't know if I'd be familiar enough with the space. I didn't actually see it, but maybe Maple Markos, if you could describe it to me in enough detail, I could try and see. I don't know how well it would work though. I'm sorry.
I mean, you did see the inside of the hangar, but
I
you were a
did.
bunny, so
I don't yet. Let me just check if I have.
Should you just say like underneath
Nope.
the factory? Was that one?
I don't know. Maybe. It's a shame I don't have enough time to make another clairvoyance potion. That would be perfect for this, but
Well, otherwise it will tell us at least if the place is being guarded.
I
Well-
can try.
First thing anyway would be to kind of like
Instead of targeting a creature, you can choose a location you have seen before. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, like, if you were in rabbit form, but I think in hindsight you can remember what you saw in rabbit form. So I think
Okay.
if you wanted to scry on like the location of the hangar or just inside the hangar, whatever like that, I would say you could.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
Nice.
Yeah, I will have to wait until tomorrow morning. And if I'm gonna do it on the hangar and on potentially on Rupert's friends, then I can do that.
Okay. Okay. Then we should maybe. Do you have any spells right now that you could do now, or are you
Let me
completely
have
tapped
a
out?
look. I don't know. I kind of prepared for a bit of a fight rather than a look around.
Don't worry.
I don't
just,
really have anything right now.
It's just to make the best out of the night we have in front of us.
I mean, I've got another one of those really weird potions, but I'd rather not. If you know,
The ones, no, I don't.
the
I'm not
one,
sure.
the one where the one I had last time where I spoke to.
Yeah.
you-
No.
Yeah, I
No.
don't want to do that
No,
again.
that's a bad deal. Okay. Okay. So we've got the face spiders. Do we know what we'll tell the face spiders? We will just tell them to go look at the shimmer ship that crashed, all right?
Go around
right,
Ezeldan.
the plan was
Yeah.
to investigate
So that's
Rezodan, try to see if there is any evidence of a crash or wreckage, and maybe see if the ship landed. If
how far is Rezodan? Do we know?
quite far, probably a couple days.
Quite far
Ezodan
from
is-
us, yeah.
Ezodan
Yeah.
is pretty far. So we're not.
But
we're not-
they're in-
Faster to Etherdam is
Yeah.
150 miles.
And then
But
the
they're
other
in
people
Vin
are posted
Hollow,
in
so-
Vin Hollow.
and they're posted right now in
outside
Valhalla.
of Vin Hollow right now.
Okay,
That's what
yeah,
they
yeah,
said. They said they're
Mm.
basically in these
Which
woods.
is-
So in any way, it's not our, like they can't even come here. Like it's not even a choice. Like
I also don't think that would be a good idea.
No,
right now
you're
we've
right.
got the Romans on high alert. We
I
don't
agree.
want to bring more
Yeah, no.
no, that'd be a
more
slaughter.
recognizable Adigani
I agree.
forces here.
Because for now they don't know.
To be honest, I'm half tempted if we rescue Rupert's friend, I'm half tempted to wonder if we cut our losses here. I don't know if we're going to find Brot himself at this rate. Security might be tight.
We have something we can lean on. If we need to go, then we're not going away empty-handed. But I agree. We need to find Rupert's friends first.
That is fair. But to go back on what you said, Markos, I wouldn't say cut your losses more. We're taking more risk for sure, but we've learned some information, but not enough to go forward. We have to stay. Even if it means... I mean, I understand it's more risk, but...
It might be that the Beast Corps team under Odelia find something about this Greyblade. If the ship crashed there, maybe, I don't know.
Right.
We don't know.
That doesn't give us enough to know that he's working with Kaiser, though.
Yeah, and remember, the point of the mission was also to create instability in Vom. The point was to kind of uncover the fact that Brat and the other two were working with Kisa and bring that up to light so we can show it to the other members of the council.
Yeah. We do have to be careful, though, with whatever we do, because just what happened just now was a bit of a mess to say, but all things considered, we got kind of lucky. If that happens again and we don't get away, if we get captured or identified, that could restart the war.
I mean, I think maybe next time we actually make a plan and stick to it.
Yep, that's partly my fault. I apologize for that.
Let's not have
It's water under the bridge now.
It happened, whatever.
Our main priority right now is how we get back into the city, and how we do so without... I mean, we're not exactly the most anonymous-looking individuals. How we do that without people immediately saying, "Hey, you don't belong here."
No.
Do we have there is one slight issue. Don't they already know that we were here? There
is the issue with the Warforged Hunter and that elemental he had.
The concerns that I'm sort of thinking of going off especially the previous time we're involved, is there were multiple Warforged in that factories, and we can't confirm whether they can glean information from those. Possible information gleaned from the Brass Golem, and also that Hunter-Killer model with the Invisible Assassin. They might already know that we were here, just not specifically where.
We need to find a way, if we are getting back into that city, how we get back without it immediately being obvious that it's us.
Right, but yeah, I think the main point is we basically do not care that they know we're here, because first of all they kind of do now. We care about if they know who we are. If they don't know who we are, they can't point fingers. They don't know if we're part of Vom, or like another Vom faction, or Adagan. Like, they don't know.
I think additionally, if they have sided with Kisa, then they already know that we are against them. They know we're against Kisa, right? We're not necessarily against Vom. So I don't know. I'm wondering if they would necessarily go out of their way to talk to the other Volman cities and councillors to say, "Oh, the Soulguard were here. They came and attacked," because that just sort of already aligns with us being out for Kisa.
Right.
But even so, if we get seen by members of Volm who aren't aligned with Kisa, we're the Soulguard aren't anonymous. That's restarting the war, potentially. That is a foreign intrusion onto an enemy nation sent by Adagan.
The first time we did it.
No.
Yeah, and the last time we did it, it didn't go well.
Yeah. No, the main thing is we should not be recognized. But until then, even if if they know there are people inside the city, we don't really mind. Like, it could be anyone. Other faction of Vom are trying to, there's tension around. Every city in Vom seems to be kind of like for themselves right now. So as long as no one recognizes us, Adagan and the Soulguard will not be specifically pointed fingers at.
Just got to figure out how to do that then.
Yeah.
I have one idea. So you know how when I died and came back, I changed form?
Yes.
Right. we all die and come back with different forms. Is that what you?
I mean,
I
it
mean,
wouldn't be the first time we've done it.
Maybe it's a
literally
lot
just
of
did
work.
that, I'd rather not.
well,
yeah.
you know, like I can just make us look like a giant rock that kind of moves as we move, but that's like what
Yeah,
I
and
can
also-
do.
And
That
also,
won't work.
and also the one,
I don't
and
know why. That just made me think of when Jack wanted to just turn Slab into a giant stone in a meeting room, and we were like, "What?"
It's like, I'm gonna lay in the corner and pretend to be a stone.
reminding me of when you
Right.
could, when in video games you can use your stealth by just hiding under a barrel, and then you can walk around normally and no one suspects a thing.
Yeah.
It's like Metal Gear Solid where you're in
Yeah.
a cardboard box.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
Major image, a cardboard box that's just really big.
I mean, Rupert, I
Maple.
do not have
Maple.
such spell.
Paper!
I do not have such spell, but do you have any spells that changes your appearance or something?
Yes, I have this cloak that will allow me to change my attire, but that's about it, really.
Well,
Talent.
I recently have, with a little tuition from Maple on the arts of stealth, have. I think I could probably whip up a disguise if we had some sort of gear to do that.
I have a
mean-
disguise kit for you. I also have makeup. We could make you look like a clown.
Well,
You could be a traveling
not
band
like
of
myself.
clowns.
Traveling
you-
band of
we
clowns.
That
mean,
sounds
I
like a
feel
brilliant
that is
idea.
that is either likely to draw a lot of attention, or only draw the attention that we don't really care about.
Rupert immediately leaves the conversation and starts looking for clown gear in his
That's
magnificent mansion to equip the
Yeah.
party with.
is
I mean,
Everything.
invested.
Yeah. Markos, I mean, do we have another choice? We
I've
have
got,
to
Don't
be
wanna
clowns.
yeah,
I
I've
think
got
this might be an
potentially
idea.
potentially something, but could only last us 10 minutes if we do it as a group. But I mean, if we can get into makeup, and I think Markos is right. The only people that are going to be looking are not exactly the people that are they're going to be the ones that we're concerned with.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I
Like,
think
they already know about oh, he's gone, but they already know about Rupert's troop.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, they're not going to expect that it was Rupert's
I
troop
think-
who made an attack on the factory. The
I think
hangar.
there's a few of us that are dexterous enough that we could do some convincing flips and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just hear from
Maybe-
the other side of the mansion Rupert shouting across, "Would you like to juggle, blow fire, or chuck swords?"
Oh.
Ah,
Blow
I'm not
fire!
juggling anything.
No, forget it. I'll get the
Probably be
tiger.
a knife throw.
Okay, maybe yeah, smaller scale. I love the energy, Rupert. Maybe, yeah, not too flashy. That's the first time I've ever said that, and this gonna.
Yeah,
be
it
the last
doesn't
time.
suit you.
Nah,
Who are you and what have you done with Ashura Takahashi?
he died in the explosion.
I quickly just
Oh.
like tap, I like tap around you to make sure you're not an illusion.
No, it's me. No,
Okay, weird.
it is I.
Okay,
As I
so is
cast
that the
Dispel
plan?
Magic. I don't do that.
I'm actually a green
Is that the
dragon.
plan then? We get some rest,
I mean,
and then after a long rest, we
Suck us
disguise up
up.
as a clown troop. We
I
go
mean-
around. We try and find where Rupert's friend is.
let's think about this like logically. As Hemlock said, the Shimmership factory was not very smooth. We need the next steps to be smooth since they're gonna be looking out for us.
Well, if Hemlock is going to be able to, you use a spell to see where Rupert's friend is, then we can make a plan based on where they are,
Okay.
right?
But moving around the city, do we have other possibilities than looking like circus men?
Well, I will say, if we are going for an actual physical disguise,
Yes.
that probably works in our favor. Because Volm has a
It's
bunch
not
of
ma-
scanners and shit in the sky.
That's a really good
Yeah.
idea. That's a good point. If it's not a magical disguise, then
Yep.
yeah, that's what they're looking for invisibility. They're looking for magical disguises.
They're expecting magic now.
Yeah.
Now is the time for Mayor on Paradise! Makeup artists will get that one.
I get it. Got my Meron Paradise in my fucking drawer.
Yeah, I've got like 5 over here.
Then alright, I feel like we get a rest and the clown up tomorrow morning. Oh god.
Sounds good.
I'm down for clown.
Down to clown.
That's
Plan.
the only idea that feels possible. The rest don't.
Yeah.
Not really.
Hiding in plain sight is
Exactly. I was gonna say it
Ability.
earlier, but I thought again maybe it's like also bad as the last thing I said, so maybe I didn't say it. But like usually the thing that are hidden in plain sight are not very seen, right?
Look, if we hide in plain sight, we might be able to pass without a trace. And on that note, I'm going to have a bath and go to bed. And Markos gets up, leaves the room.
Bedtime.
Ruby, what are the bedrooms like in this place?
Oh, bedrooms are awesome. All right. So there are no beds, only hammocks in every room, and they're all doubled up. So there's 2 bedrooms, and each has 2 3 bedrooms because there's a few of us, and each have 2 I just said the word. Now I can't hammocks. Yeah, jeez. Okay, they all have hammocks in it. It's like the living quarters of a ship.
Nice.
Pretty much. That's what you got. Yeah. There's no luxury in any of the bedroom. It is pretty much a traveling circus tent inside of a mansion. Yeah, and everything
I'm
is
not
just
gonna lie, I
really
was either
decorated.
expecting that or like bouncy castle mattresses.
No, there's no bouncy castle mattresses.
Damn it.
Okay, we
Just
can't afford
hammock.
that. Hammocks. All right, but in every room it's themed for like a different sort of performance. So one will be like a fire eater or fire performer. One will be a sword swallower. One is a juggler. All of that. There's different materials in each room. Yeah,
Nice.
Nice.
that's
Okay.
pretty much it.
Love
I'll
it.
take the sword swallower one.
Yeah. As you guys are
course
going
you
to bed,
will.
you kind of as you guys are going to bed, you kind of hear Rupert like mumble towards you before coming out of the room. He's like, and then he'll come out and you'll see a sword in his throat and you'll pull it up. Sorry, how about sword swallowing? Would you like to try that?
I think you know what I'll do. I'll not literally do it, but I kind of like make it illusions out of it. I don't want to put swords into my throat. I feel like that's not where swords are supposed to be, you know?
Oh, well, I guess
You're
I'll just put it back
coward.
then.
I mean, wait. How do you no, wait, how do you do it? Can I wait, should I try? I feel I should try.
Yes.
In case. 'Cause if
Here,
there's
use
like
mine.
okay.
Or would you
maybe
like a
not.
new one?
I'll like it. Yeah, I'll just take a new. Okay. Yeah, a new
Okay.
one is fine. Can I use this one? Can we use any sword?
Well, it has to be thin enough to go down your airway.
Okay, yeah, maybe not this one then. Yeah, I'll take
Yes.
okay, cool. I'll take a thin one enough. Andrew, I'd like
Therefore,
to
that's a
try.
great sword, like.
I'm gonna say, go ahead and just make a dexterity check.
It's not performance.
No. Like
It's
the
literally
technical
performance.
aspect of achieving the actual feat. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Con save to resist his gag
mean,
reflex.
For a blade, it's a
Sure,
performance roll,
Ashura's
but
gonna
you have no
accidentally
blade.
slit his own throat from the inside.
The
do it
the
with
reason
blood
why
opal.
I'm trying is because just in
With
case.
deep for Kathala.
Just in case. Okay, so what did you say, Andrew? D20 plus.
Just a dexterity check.
That's a 5 plus 3. That's 8.
As he's doing it, could I please give him a piece of advice and go, whatever you do, don't sneeze as I pull out a feather.
Oh no! Mischief.
You absolutely may. Is that meant to be help?
I don't know. I have disadvantage on this.
I'm not gonna do anything with it, it's just a funny gag.
I like the idea of like Ashura is just trying and his eyes are just like he can't talk right now and his eyes are just full of terror. They're like
I think you do cut yourself a little bit and decide against going too much deeper.
yeah.
You cut like I don't know. You leave an incision on your uvula. You're like, maybe not. Maybe
No,
not.
maybe that's good. Where okay, you know what? Illusions. They're my trick.
I'm-
Real
I really want to
stuff.
try that now.
You
You can have
Go
mine if you
ahead.
want,
And
Maple.
we get to handle it. We
What?
God.
nothing.
you want.
Ashura.
Yeah.
Everyone else, is there anything that you guys would like to do before heading to your hammocks and resting?
Just give Ashura a pat on the back for trying.
I mean, I tried. You know, just in
Not
case.
while he's got the sword in his throat, please.
No,
Afterwards,
don't.
obviously.
Like, I felt like maybe just in case, but no. Okay.
I'll pop a cursory cure wounds on you.
Honestly,
Oh god, thank you.
You gave it a good attempt.
I
That's what I
mean,
can say.
just like in case, you know, maybe they had like a dispel magic zone
Right.
and yeah, but
Ashura, it just takes practice.
You know, people
What's
do
that
circus
supposed to mean?
tricks because they're just good at circus tricks, right?
yeah, no, that's fair. On Nute, I'm going to sleep, but I remember what you just said. It just takes a try.
Right.
Okay, sure.
There, sure,
I feel like Ashura is like the gifted kid who's not immediately good at things, so they're like, no, this profession is just trash.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly it. He's a bard. He's good at everything he does. Whenever something doesn't work, he's like, "This is shit. This bad."
Jack of all trades except for sword swallowing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much.
I feel like generically talented doesn't translate to sucking on a sword.
Nah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Moving
Where's my-
swiftly on to dawn.
Long rest.
Click
Thank
the long
you.
rest button, please. I
Click
have
the
9
long
health.
rest.
Oh yeah,
Click
yeah.
the long
Yes.
rest button.
I won my spell. back.
Please.
Okay, because you got mass healed and then hit with a sword from
Yeah.
like 100 feet away.
Okay. I've
Cool.
got
So yeah,
spells
go ahead
back.
and give yourselves a long resty.
I can tell.
Longer rest.
Give me my axe charges back.
Manage my spells.
Oh,
And
damn
you
it, I
add-
really should have changed jump to a different spell when I leveled up.
I mean, it's a great spell.
That was great.
I can fly!
I mean, it's jump. Can you
You can.
jump though?
But
What is flying but an extended jump?
as they're different things.
Jump where you choose not to hit the floor afterwards.
As the 8 hours comes to a close, you will find yourself. You feel rested. You've tended to your wounds. You've calmed yourselves down properly from the chaos of the day before. It's like mid morning now, to like mid to late morning. I'll say around like 10, 11 a.m. After you guys have rested, after being there awake and active in the early a.m. You have another like 12 hours or so of the mansion. If you guys would like to stay within to do anything else, or you may leave it. The day is up to you.
Yes, please.
I think we want to do like scrying and stuff while we're
Yeah.
still here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
For sure. Can we scry from here? Can we use scry on a?
Oh,
on a-
that's a good
Yeah, that's right. It's
question.
worth double checking
I might
that.
have to go and sit outside the
think-
door. Yeah, same
the
plane
bush?
of existence. I'll go
Okay.
and sit outside the door.
just by the
Yeah,
bush.
go and sit in the well disguised bush.
Yeah.
Um, as Hemlock goes outside just to sit, can I just peek through the door just around us just to check there's nothing?
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Sure, I can.
Also, I would all like us to remember that the door was put flat on the ground so that we all had to fall into it.
Ashura, you're like,
Door.
Yeah, it's a Bugs Bunny like rabbit hole, guys.
I rolled a 4 plus 12, Andrew.
Okay.
That's
12.
16.
So a 16. Looking out from the doorway, you can see now lit up by the light of day, Takastor. And it's kind of beautiful. The walls around the main part of the town, the sprawled industrial buildings of steel and stone and brass, chimneys that ascend high above, small streams of white smoke trickling from the tops. The sunlight glittering off the lake and the river off to your left-hand side. You can see like the various pipes that jut out from the industrial district. Some of them that kind of like go out and curve down and in. Some that like go out and like water is like pouring out of them into the lake. You can see buzzing activity. even from this distance of after like a good few minutes of running, you're like, I think you've got to like a kilometer away from the hangar. But from there, you can absolutely see numerous large flying things just buzzing about the town, patrolling. You can tell from this distance they seem to be the large Volman Juggernaut Warforged that you have faced before, flying around.
Okay, yep. Cool.
I will start off with. So the thing about scrying on a location is that it has to be a place you've seen before, and when you do it, the sensor appears at that location and does not move. So, like, as much of that, like, staircase that I saw, as far down it as I could have physically seen, is where I'm attempting to... I never saw the staircase,
You never
did
saw the
I?
staircase.
Okay.
It's been described to you,
Yes.
and you have seen the inside of that building. So
Okay.
you can put the sensor at the top of the staircase, but
Yeah,
you didn't see down it, so you can't, like, shoot your sensor down it.
I will do that, then.
Okay.
What were you about to say, Alex?
No, I was just gonna tell you because what if how close of the thing can you like where the camera, right? Because is it very close to the stairs, or can you go up a bit and have like a wider view?
I can put it effectively anywhere in the inside of the factory, but if we want to look down the stairs specifically.
Okay. You choose.
What do we want to... I'll try and bop it, like, in the middle, so I can take a look down the stairs if I can see it, and if I can't, I can still get a good enough view of the factory.
Cool.
Alrighty. Taking the time to sit down and take this crystal ball into your hands and begin the casting of the spell, and eventually your eyes close peacefully, and you find yourself through almost like a blanket of cloud. And as it begins to clear, immediately what comes to you is sound. And as the vision comes to you, you see standing one just inside the large hangar doors, which have been removed. The doors of the hangar have been broken off and have been removed. And you can see standing like in the middle of the facility, the massive brass golem. It seems damaged and ruined and crunched in places, armor like broken off. You can see a number of people kind of standing on it with wands and books kind of tending to it as it's kind of standing there and like moving itself and testing motions. You also see another mechanical construct standing kind of like in the hangar doorway facing outside. It seems to have like three large, like almost spider-like legs, a body that builds up into almost like a cylinder, but you can see like there are like armatures which folded up with large like pincers kind of mounted up and like retracted into its main body.
Crab mech. It's a crab mech.
Kind of crab mech, yeah. Make a perception check for me.
I will do that. 22.
22. You looking around closer, extending your awareness beyond and around inside this factory, you can see the doors leading to like further in towards where you now know what the like crew, like the engineers' quarters are in the office. Those doors are open. There is a lot of soldiers here. There seem to be soldiers. You see a number of Greyblades standing around, either like interviewing people, like some of the engineers that were there the night that you were there. And you do see only those 4 engineers that were there the night before seem to be there. Mm-hmm. And with that role, you see they are tied up.
Oh shit.
They are in chairs, like inside that like side corridor, and there is a Greyblade like talking to them.
Okay.
The ground beneath you see opens up. You can see what was a sliding kind of cover has been pulled back and damaged and destroyed, has been removed. And you can see the set of stairs which descends down. And it goes far. It continues down until darkness obscures your vision. Mm-hmm. As you're looking around, there is a brief like flash of light and a splattering sound. And as you turn your attention like back up and around, you see the side door through which those engineers were talking. The door is now closed, and a small trickle of red is beginning to seep from under the door, which you then see immediately vanishes and is cleared.
Nasty.
You have 10 minutes of this. Are you sitting here constantly for the 10?
Yeah, I want to take in... I'm assuming I'm too far away from whatever's going on over there to hear any conversation that's going on, any words that are being exchanged.
What was the perception roll again?
22.
22. No, it's not that big of a facility. Before the slight flash and the trickle of crimson, you caught words of says, "We won't tell. No, you won't."
Yeah, okay. And this grey blade speaking to them, they're on their own? It's just them in there with those engineers?
There are multiple grey blades around. They were alone in talking to those people.
Good to know. Yeah, if there's any, the only other thing is that particular grey blade, if there's any identifying markers that I can see on them before that door shuts, I will attempt to search out for that, but apart from that, just sitting in that 10 minutes, trying to figure out, yeah.
And after that 10 minutes, you feel thirsty. Hydrate, people.
I feel thirsty. Scrying is a thing, it dehydrates you.
Interesting work, yeah.
It does.
As the 10 minutes goes on, this individual does come out of the door. You glimpse, kind of, as the door's closing behind them, those kind of, that line of chairs, and like limp bodies in them. And as they come out, you see, standard among all the rest of these grey blades, they are in full pale grey armor, a cloak around the shoulders, a hood that rises up above the head, and a mask that obscures pretty much every aspect of their appearance. They gather as like a three. They seem to converse for a moment, very quietly behind their masks, before two of them turn invisible.
Okay.
And vanish from sight. The other one continues and walks over toward the individuals tending to this golem. They look different to the engineers that were just slain. The ones that are working on this golem seem to have... They're in like dark red jumpsuits.
Okay.
With like brown leather like belts and harnesses on, like brass like steampunky goggles as they're working. They seem like much more uniform than the engineers that were working in this factory. They just kind of turn a nod to the Grey Blade as this kind of individual kind of comes towards them. They share this nod, and then the Grey Blade turns and begins to walk down the stairs.
Okay.
As they do, they stop, and they begin casting a spell like across the top steps. And then they turn and continue down.
Alrighty. Cool. Yeah, I will just sit for the last 10 for the remaining time, just seeing what I see, and then when it fades, I will call out for Rupert.
Alrighty.
So, if I'm going to try and find your friend, something that's going to help me is if either you... So I need to almost like I know them. If you can describe them to me, show me a picture. If there's anything here that belongs to them, then it'll maybe be easier for me to grab a hold of them.
Ooh, see, unfortunately, they're quite like me. They're very secretive and keep to themselves. I haven't seen what they actually look like.
Oh.
Because our troop is known for wearing masks and hiding our identities. I don't have any... I don't even know their name. I only really know their skills.
I mean, what are their skills? Just tell me.
Breather.
Fire breather. Yeah. Do you have anything that belongs to them? Maybe.
No, unfortunately I don't. But what I do know is that my friend went missing in what I can only assume to be the industrial area of the city.
Okay.
As far as I know, it was a building that still had a smoking chimney, but it was not lit whatsoever, almost as if something was going on, but there was no light required. Quite secretive, I'd imagine, yes.
Okay. I'll try my best with that, and I'll scry again. Thinking about like fire breather, dressed like Rupert in the industrial quarter of the city.
She's scribing. You when you scribe, you use all the senses of the. You lose all your senses and you're focusing on the other of the object you're scribing with, right?
I believe so. Yes.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Okay. While she's scribing, I'm going to do makeup on her.
Perfect.
It's very awkward because I do have mushrooms growing out of my face.
Yes, I'm going to give them each little smiley faces.
Yay!
Find the right thing.
They will have a +5 to the save because I have heard of the target. I don't know them and I haven't met them. So +5 on top of whatever other pluses they have for wisdom if they are unwilling.
So, focusing on this loose description, knowing very little of them, of the situation of their disappearance, of where they might be, the crystal ball takes you. And as you kind of wash your senses through this billowing white cloud of obscurity, you find it gets darker and darker and darker until you are in complete pitch dark. You cannot see anything, but sound begins to come to you, and it's echoey. It's claustrophobic, and you can hear just the very faintest, like, shuffling of what, like, sounds like multiple small movements in a enclosed space. And occasionally you see, you're not sure what it is, but there's a slight movement of a slight green glow.
Okay.
But it seems to, like, kind of shuffle into view and then vanish again. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
I know what that is.
27.
27. Listening, there are sounds outside this space. Whatever thing you are in, you hear movements outside, clanking. You hear a static hum, very similar to the energizing coils that were in the hangar that you were in the night before. You hear shouts, like, very, very obscured through whatever casing you're in, of hurry up! Keep it charging! We've been under orders to accelerate!
Okay.
Load them, but carefully! And then the space that you're in, there is a loud above, and it begins to, like, lift. In this kind of weird, kind of following awareness that you have, the thing that you're in is being moved.
Like a crate or some shit. Okay. Yeah, I will stay the last, like, all of the 10 minutes just listening out to anything being said outside, for the machine, anything that might allude to where in the city this could be.
You definitely get sounds of machinery, sounds of multiple people talking about being careful with something being rushed. And toward the very end, you hear the sounds around you, this case being loaded, of it clanking against the sides of something, and then like a scraping sound as it seems to be being lowered into some kind of rack of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear just very faintly from whatever these, like, shapes are that are shuffling in this complete darkness, a very faint And something shifts and moves, and you see another little flash of green, and a second one, and another pair.
Oh fuck.
There's multiple pairs of green eyes
Yeah.
seem to be glancing around.
Okay. Shit. Fuck. What color were the eyes of the weird worm undead people that we fought back in Adigan?
Oh, so very green.
Yep. Nasty. Okay.
Oh no.
Right.
Rupert, I think your friend is a zombie.
That's right. Just get the worms out. Greater restoration. Happy days.
Worms
Yeah.
out.
Bap your wounds into them.
Or
Like
zombie
hits them, and then it's like spaghetti. It's like
Ew.
it's like the Lady and the Tramp, but really extreme.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not spaghetti being like slurped into a mouth. It's spaghetti being blasted out of every orifice at high velocity.
If you play the Lady and the Tramp and you put it in reverse, you'll get an idea.
Yep. And replace the
That
spaghetti
just
with
reminds
my
me of
fireworks. Well, zombie ones.
reminds me of the zombies in Strahd. With when you kill them, they explode with snakes.
Oh yeah.
Oh
And
yeah.
you have to fight the snakes.
They really like
That
eating
was
snakes.
nice.
Yeah,
Oh.
swamp zombies.
Alrighty. Zombies.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. I guess as I come to, with Rupert doing makeup on my face, I'm just like, oh,
This isn't what it looks like.
no, that's fine.
What does it look like?
I think we need to get to the others. I have some. I'm bad at this. I think
Good
your friend.
news. You have good news, right?
I have news.
Oh. Rupert turns his mask upside down, so it's an upside down smiley face.
You are right. You're right. You are bad at this.
I'm very bad at this. I've got no charisma.
News.
Look, honestly, I think the
dude.
first thing that you should do, especially after scrying for 20 minutes straight, is just, double check your posture, make sure that you can stretch out,
Okay,
sit
yeah.
up well. Have a little bibble wiggle.
Yep. And I guess once we are all gathered. Jesus Christ, David. Once we're all gathered, I will pass everything on about both visions to the group.
Ah,
Yeah.
Well, shit.
sounds like your friend is probably a zombie, Rupert.
Oh. Well. He didn't really have much of a personality beforehand, so. Not
To
much
be
of a
honest,
difference.
if we can get your friend out of there, it might be an opportunity to see if this can be reversed.
Alright. And would you mind
case
giving me
scenario.
some more information on these zombies? What is it that we'd be heading into to rescue
Well,
my friend?
The last time we faced them, they were like they were people. They were bodies, animated bodies, and then they had like these weird worms in them, and I don't really know what the worms
Sometimes,
did.
like, leap out
could jump
toward
on
you
you.
and try and.
Don't
One
worry,
of-
let's get
One
them.
of them got on me, but we got it off before it could do anything. So it's just zombies filled with worms.
I believe as well.
And the worms do something.
Yeah.
There were some that did a little bit of like mind magic on us.
Oh yeah, they could like get in your head and.
Oh.
Ooh. Alright,
Make
well.
us do horrible things.
I mean, if we were looking for proof of Volm's involvement with Kaiser, then this is it. But me just
Should I-
saying I scried on a crate isn't gonna do much. You are muted, Alex.
Ashura, I think you've taken too much of a leaf out of this clown's book and you're miming.
Yeah, you're right. No, that was my. It's the makeup. It really gives me into character. I was gonna say,
It's extra funny because Alex is French.
Wow. So original, Maggie.
I'm pretty sure I sent you. I'm pretty sure I sent you a TikTok about mimes the other day as well.
Yeah, you did. No, I was thinking the same thing. Like, there is no way we cannot, like, what do we do? Because if we know there is a space with zombies in it, we need to find a way to what? How can we use that information to show that it's linked to Volm and that the zombies are in Volm? I mean, we don't have something that just can.
Not having cameras.
I was gonna say,
is
like,
really frustrating.
It's fucking annoying.
All I know is that when I scried, it was an industrial. I could hear machines. I could hear crates being loaded onto something. If they are, when did your friend go missing, Rupert?
I'm not too sure. I think it was Well, actually, let me ask the DM. DM, give me a hand here. When last did you go
Using a
missing?
friend, eh? Okay.
Yes, phone a friend.
Your friend went missing maybe just under a week ago.
A week ago.
Under a week ago.
I thought the same thing, Alex.
So, best case scenario, your friend is still somewhere in this city, and if we can find them, we're finding these zombies, and then that's proof we found Kaiser's zombies that we have already fought and that the RCC know that we have fought in the city of Volm, knowingly, under Volman guard and transport. If they're not in this city, if they're somewhere else, which do I get any idea of? I don't get like an idea of location when I scry, do I? It's just I see a person. But if they're not in this city and I've just, I don't know, potentially scried on somewhere 100 miles away, then they could be going anywhere. They're getting loaded onto something now.
Well then, time is of the essence.
Yes.
Andrew, is there the industrial area, does it touch the river?
Mm-hmm. The industrial area is up against the waterside, and a lot of these buildings have like pipes going in.
Yeah.
And during your perception check, you noticed that there's like most of these large buildings have like pipes that suck water from the lake.
Yep.
And there was one large one that kind of dumps water out into the lake.
And you were telling me about chimneys too. So you had buildings with chimneys and smoke coming out of them. Was there any one of them that had no smoke coming out of them?
You can't see every chimney in the city from here.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
You can see chimneys.
I mean, like in the one in the close by, I guess. Nah.
There are chimneys. Some of them are smoking.
Yeah.
Is what you ascertain in this moment.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. Just to make sure, the way we arrived the first time when we arrived in the city was like in the actual port, not the industrial side of the river.
It was in the industrial area.
Okay.
The entire of this part is
side of the river.
Yeah, we've never been in the actual city part then.
There's no there are piers among them, but the entire coast itself is industrial. It is all factories, buildings, pipes, with some piers and streets that get to the water.
So my thinking process was, if you've heard things being put on moved and stuff like that, maybe it's one of the buildings close to the river. Maybe
Potentially. I mean, getting lifted onto a boat, maybe.
I mean, is there any other factory for shimmer ships? Because otherwise, there's nothing else he can be put on.
Yeah. Not necessarily a factory.
Rupert saw the building.
Yes, if you saw that.
Their friend got lost near. We may as well start there.
Yeah.
If we can get near the building, I have another spell that might be able to help if I can cast it, and I'll be able to know if they're within 1,000 feet of us.
Okay, fair enough. Do we all look like clowns now?
Well, I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
You guys didn't disguise before you went to bed.
That's true.
No.
But Hemlock does have smiley faces on all of her mushrooms.
Cute.
We should maybe disguise then.
We should disguise up. And Andrew, have during these scries and discussions, have I received any messages?
I think as you guys are kind of like having these conversations with each other about this information, you get another little kind of ding dong in your brain, and a familiar voice comes through. Second Lieutenant Adelia, awaiting orders.
I convey that to the group, and just kind of wait. I know how long this. I guess I have like a. Do I intentionally send stuff back? Am I okay to just repeat what I'm receiving as I'm receiving it?
Yeah, like you can tell the group what's happening. It's not like a please hold. Hey guys, let's have a conversation for a minute.
Yeah. It's like I'm receiving a message. Second Lieutenant Odelia awaiting orders.
Okay.
Let's look at the group for a sec.
I think investigate Azadan for the crashed steamer ship.
I think so. I mean, yeah.
Odelia. Good morning. Please investigate Ezodan for signs of crashed shimmer ship. One word.
Also look for Shade Cardelian.
Also, information on Shade Cardelian. Potentially related to Kisa. Stay safe, stay hidden. Markos.
A few moments pass. The message returns. Understood.
Cool.
All right. Now we get to this, guys, I guess. Okay. So how do we do this, Rupert? What makes an attire like a clown's attire?
Lots of bright colors.
Right. But
Yes.
like aesthetically pleasing, right? Like not
Yes.
just okay.
Of course. Well, you see, I unfortunately have this thing where any physical thing that belongs inside the mansion cannot be brought outside of the mansion. So
Damn it.
I have one disguise kit with makeup.
Well,
Playing in like the costume department of the Royal Opera House, and then you step out saying like, okay, but for real, I do have this like makeup palette. Like this is what we can use.
Yes, I've got a makeup
Ooh.
palette. We can make you look colorful and look like clowns, and I've got some extra clowny things for you to wield if you wish.
I mean, we do not have any other choice, do we?
Look, to be honest, I think if I can get into some different clothes, maybe not. Look at my living wood pauldron. Maybe something not quite so Allegheny looking.
I mean,
I'll just juggle clubs, it'll be fine. I'm generic looking.
yeah, like remove your breastplate and your pauldron and your rifle on your back, and you'll look like a normal guy. So, I mean, after that, if you have paint on your face and you juggle stuff, I think it's pretty fair. Yeah. Also, I'm thirsty. Hydrate.
Again?
It's the morning. I've got a dry mouth.
So is everyone getting into clown makeup?
Right, so this
yeah.
is what I've got. I've got a torch and some very strong liqueur to which you can breathe fire with. That's for one of you. I've got juggling balls for another one, a deck of cards for another one, and also swords to swallow. So, who
Not
wants
just-
what?
Well, I wanted to touch the swords to swallow, but maybe not anymore. I'll take the cards. Is that fine?
Yes, okay, you
Yes.
can have the cards.
Yes. Great. Who takes what?
I'm just looking at what I have. I
I
could
kind of
juggle-
want to try swallowing a sword.
I
I-
can juggle.
What if the sword is like
I feel
taller
like
than
it's
you?
gonna look more impressive going into a small person, right?
Yes, I would like to then hold my short sword next to Maple and kind of go, ooh, I'm not
Maple
really
is-
sure this is going to work.
Mabel's 3'4".
Oh god. we
Maybe
need a
like
two-
swallow a
Wow.
large dagger instead of a sword?
Yeah. Your daggers, you can just.
You know,
The
like
daggers.
a rondel dagger. I think that's
You know what? I think I have a large cannon in the back to shoot people.
can't be
No.
brought outside.
Yeah,
You
no,
just
I
said-
just realized, but I thought it'd be funny if we tested it out inside.
Look, I'm right here if you want to test it. I'm
If
just
we
saying
have
that sounds a
if
lot
we
of
have
fun.
paint and we have makeup and maybe some colorful bits of cloth, I don't know. Let's look in the bag of holding.
I do have colorful bits of cloth. I know. Stop pulling cloth out.
Perfect. Let's go. Who wants me to disguise them?
I could probably just do some like flips or whatever.
Yeah, but we also need to remove all our armors and weapons until the right moment.
Imagine needing armor.
Oh yeah, of course. Hold on. Done.
Yeah.
Nute dabs in character.
So it's just me. Okay, yeah, it's just me and you,
Well, and me.
Markos. Yeah, okay. I'll
All right.
just.
So you're disarmoring. Are you? you're-
I will remove my breastplate.
Okay.
Same.
But I will keep short sword on my hip, and yeah, that's it, I suppose.
Where's the rest going?
My weapons and shields go in the bag of holding.
Okay.
I'm removing my breastplate too, and it's going into the bag of holding, and my gauntlets of powers too.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be a normal guy and just have like fucking like gauntlets. Okay.
you could wrap your gauntlets in pretty fabric and just make them look like they're fun armbands.
Yeah.
All right, I'll do that.
I am, however,
Yeah,
keeping
some colourfully decorated gauntlets.
keeping winged boots.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the boots, they're fine. All right.
The boots make sense for a circus person, I feel.
Okay.
They would be very useful, speaking from experience. Like,
I
they'd be very useful.
List with flying boots.
Andrew, the Devil's Sword, Keithala's
Yep.
sword. How does it look from the outside? Does it look very like devilish?
It's pretty intense.
It's
pretty.
yeah.
It's,
Red
it's,
blade. Like,
it's
With
it's
an eye
fairly
on
World
it.
of Warcraft. It's
Yeah.
pretty.
All right, I'm just gonna put it in the back of holding.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Nothing happens.
No.
Right,
Is
so
it-
let's,
no, it's
let's
not
get
like
some
that.
disguises on, people.
You put me in the
Fuck
Who
you.
wants to go first? And Markos is like stood there with, like, holding some of the disguise kit that Ruby's brought out.
I mean, me preferably. I mean, I'm gonna be the main show, right? No. Or maybe
what
you
can
will
you
be.
do?
I can
Alex,
do.
I'm gonna literally quote Drag Race right now. I'm gonna turn to you and be like, "What do you do successfully?"
Oh my god.
Illusions, baby. And I cast Major Image, which will last forever.
yeah. You say this every time.
Yeah, it will just stay forever. And so that's level 6. And it's there, and I'll just take the deck of card and like fake throw it. It's gonna go in this, like the cards will become illusions, go in the sky. I'll have the real deck in my hand, and like twirl, have like tons of shit like going on with the cards. I don't know, stuff.
It's
throw them up-
incredible.
You throw them up and they all turn into butterflies.
Oh yeah, great idea, way better.
Oh.
Yeah, see, wow, great ideas. I'll do that. See,
You have
match.
control of the air.
I did see a guy do that once with a handkerchief and a bird. It was amazing.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty.
I saw
cool.
him practicing, and and the like handkerchief got stuck in his sleeve, and he was like throwing it up, and then this bird just wouldn't fly. It was just like, and it was just kind of like it hopped, and then just kind of sat in his hands.
Be free.
It was a great bird.
All right. So
Thumbs up for good birds.
Good
Thumbs up
birds.
for good birds. I'm doing that. What are you all doing?
Can I put a disguise on Nute?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna try and paint
100%.
Nute. I'm gonna paint Nute to look like a clown with like big patches of color and like fancy things tied into his hair and beard, if I can.
Yeah.
Little ribbons in his hair.
Yep.
He's already got-
roll?
he's
Are you,
already got
are you
literal graph
are you
view.
proficient with a disguise kit?
I am proficient with a disguise kit.
Okay, then go ahead and make, I'm going to say, a check with your dexterity and your proficiency bonus.
Take a guidance on top of that.
Damn.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nute's gonna look so good.
Hell yeah. I can't.
Well, that's a 1 on the D4. And a 2 on the D20.
We're going
Oh,
up.
wow.
Hey.
3.
This is just like a dex skill that I'm proficient with. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
plus 10.
13.
So 13.
You are a moderately pretty clown.
That's
Yay!
You are
That's
a
a good
fairly
save.
average clown.
that was
Good.
damn. Okay, that was
Maybe
a
You
good
just start
save.
walking on his hands a little bit, getting into practice.
I have proficiency with a pan flute. I could play the pan flute.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can. Can I
Who next?
can I get some makeup too, Markos? Just to
So
look
you
maybe not.
proficient with the disguise kit?
No, but you seem to be fine with all the makeup bits. I mean, I'm fine with my makeup
Fine.
bits, but not that much of the makeup. So
Alright, okay.
do something on me. I
Hey,
don't know.
Evax it.
I will apply makeup to all who are willing.
Thank you.
But I won't ask for consecutive rolls to apply makeup to everyone.
But maybe
It's
my
easy
makeup
enough
will be
with-
better than Nute's. I
with-
want to know.
With a literal clown and multiple people proficient with it, you guys managed to get to a point where you are all clown makeup, your armor and equipment is put away, and you can begin heading into town unless there's anything else that you'd like to do to prepare.
I got a 24 for Ashura, so he looks like a great clown.
Bam! Look like a great
High class clown.
I
Clown
love-
drow.
Exactly.
Drown?
Exactly.
Drown.
Wow.
Clow.
Clow.
Clow. Yeah,
Clow.
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 There we
Cloud
go.
chowder.
That's what we're after.
Can I try and do that with Dwergar?
Clergar.
Where on?
Is this the conversation you're having as you're walking
Yeah,
towards?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
As we're all trying our bits and bobs of different
Juggling daggers and
yeah, dangling legs. We're like clams. No,
Ah,
no, no.
okay.
Cluman?
Clams.
Cluman.
Ow.
Oh,
Am I a half clock?
By the way,
That's funny.
Hemlock, what's gonna be your like stage thing? What are you gonna do?
I don't really I kind of hold out my hand
You can-
and then I'm gonna like druid craft a bunch of flowers like they've just appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could do like stuff with flowers. You can like throw them up in the air and stuff. Like
Yeah.
make like flowers out of your hands. That would be cool.
I can be I'll be like your effects person, you know?
Okay.
I don't really
There
perform.
with his major illusion, like I thought that was gonna be
No,
me.
no. That's fine. I'm thinking about who's gonna be the fire breather.
I can breathe fire.
I
I don't need to
fake
breathe.
he's like, I'll do that shit.
Like, yeah. I mean, I feel like Newt would be good at it. Just drink the liquor and just.
Like Nute's just swapping between walking on his hands and walking normally as he's going. This is like that's a good practice.
All right. As you guys are considering which various tricks you can perform, you form this really odd-looking troupe. Like
I feel like I'm having way too much fun.
led by like an actual clown with like the clothing and the swords, and then you guys mostly in regular clothing but with some makeup on the face and the head, like juggling a little bit here and doing some illusions there as you progress, and a feeling of tension begins to build as you see
Shit.
and you begin to hear the sounds of the arcane thrusters powering the flying Warforged juggernauts, flying and patrolling the city ahead of you. You begin to see on the road that actually goes into the town itself, there is a roadblock. There is a bunch of stuff built up in the way, a small like section of like brass, like blockade, spikes across the top with a number of soldiers and apparently grey blades standing at it as you guys are walking along this path toward the town itself.
First question: if we can see them, I'm guessing they can see us already.
You have not specified being stealthy in your approach to town, so yes.
Yeah, sure, cool. So I whisper to the group. All right, we're gonna have to go and be real clowns now.
I'm down to clown.
Right, Rupert, you seem to be good with words. we need to pass as good clowns, both of us. Then just talk our way through, I guess.
Yes, leave it up to me. I'll give us the performance of a lifetime and make everyone believe that you're all top-notch clowns of my troupe.
I
Also-
am sure you will.
But first, we need a name. We need
Oh.
a stage name.
Ooh,
Oh
ooh.
no.
The Soul
This
Clown.
podcast.
No,
No.
I thought of
I
no.
think after yesterday, I'm gonna stick to not speaking. Because I
Yeah.
feel like plans might go a bit.
You've lost the right.
I think we should
I've already
be
started
called...
my clowning around. I'm
I-
just gonna,
Yeah, you do that, baby.
Just
I have
breathe
an
idea.
fire. Just breathe fire. Like
You
all
go
the time.
first, Rupert, but I have an idea.
I thought that we could be called the Troop of the Messenger Rabbit.
That's what I
Ah.
was thinking. I
Okay.
was thinking White Rabbit Big Top.
And
Oh my god, you, sir, just got a promotion.
no,
You are the first act in our performance.
Fantastic.
fantastic. Hey, juggling. First act. Okay, so we are the White Rabbit Top Hat group.
Big
Wait,
Top.
Big top.
God damn it, we're gonna
Like
fuck it
a
up.
top hat. Perfect. Yep.
Big
Kind of giving
top.
away your first trick, but there you go.
So bad.
Rupert is just gonna wander over to Hemlock and just kind of subtly go and not look directly at it, just stand next to it. Oh, if only we had a
No.
rabbit that
No.
would
Mm,
make the name suitable.
No.
Pigs.
That's a
No.
very bad idea.
Not again.
my major image becomes a rabbit in my hand. I have a rabbit.
We've got a rabbit now.
It's a fake one.
I'm not doing that again. Please don't make me do that again.
Fine.
And while you are next to me, I'm gonna before we're within immediate view of the guards, I'm gonna tap you on the shoulder. I'm gonna cast enhanceability for Eagle Splendor. You have advantage on all charisma checks.
That's cool.
Oh, hell yeah. Thank you.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be a piece of cake.
Yeah.
So, do you guys have these last-minute preparations, spells to bolster yourselves? Your path to the city itself is past the airfield. You guys left the city to the airfield and then ran the fuck away. So, are you guys gonna try and divert around, walk straight past? How far around are you diverting? Are you going to the other side of town? Or are you going to give it a wide berth, then re-enter the town? What's your approach?
Rupert, when you first came to Takastor, did you notice was there a main entrance for travelers or people performing commerce or I don't know?
Would I have known that?
The town is very much divided into the industrial district by the
Yeah.
water, and then it leads up the hill and is residential. And so the traffic that goes in depends on those things. There are main roads which go straight through the industrial area, which
Yeah.
deliveries, exports, materials, workers go through and use. There are ways into town that go straight into the residential areas that span outwards into the farmlands that surround the town. So you can divert and detour around and enter on the residential side. You can head in kind of closer, which is in the industrial area.
Yeah. But the industrial area isn't locked off to civilians, is it?
Not as you've seen it. As you guys are getting closer and looking ahead, you do see a lot of soldiers. Mobile patrols walking along the outskirts. As you have skirt around the actual airfield, I won't make you roll a stealth check because of how wide you can just take your time to get around it.
Yeah.
But they are not fucking around. High alert is high fucking alert. So what that looks like on each street, you're not sure.
Is the industrial area strictly limited to the production of things that are issued by the council or Takastor itself, or is it also industrial area for privatization? Do small businesses ask for things to be made in the industrial area?
It's open to that. It's not like a state-owned district that only council ordained stuff can happen, and it's there for private business too.
It's like a business park.
All right. Well, then, wouldn't it just be simpler if we, as the group, went in as a troop through the proper channels and then try to convince them that we're trying to collect some stage props that we ordered from manufacturing?
That's a good
Good.
plan.
I think that would probably be easiest. It'd be better for us to go in through the proper channels than to be caught sneaking into the industrial area, I think. And none of us were disguised as clowns when we were in the factory. I was disguised as a soldier, so they wouldn't really be looking for clowns, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Good plan. Let's do it.
Alex, you're muted, sweet boy.
Yep. I was just agreeing to Rupert's plan.
You should definitely be the mime of the group. You're far better than the sword swallowing and the magic tricks.
It just, I feel maybe
Okay.
like I have a quota of how many words I can say a day, and I literally every day just reach that limit. I talk too much.
It's like sending.
All right, so then we should just head straight towards the guards and try and get in through legitimate means then,
Yep.
shouldn't we?
That
All right,
sounds like the
let's do
best
that.
idea.
Alrighty. Well, as you head towards, you get back onto a road itself, heading toward this large, like, looming industrial estate, and you notice a bunch of the guards, like, there is a roadblock kind of at a junction that kind of heads around, like, the outside of the industrial estate toward the waterfront and toward the residential side. There's also a street that heads deeper in. At this junction, there is a block of, like, a small, like, armored emplacement with, there's a pulled up cart. No, there is no horse there, but there's a pulled up cart. And a bunch of, like, medium figures as you approach. There's a overhead is a large, one of these flying juggernauts, these large warforged with blue flaring light out the back, with a massive crossbow, like, just in its hands, like, flying above, and it seems to, like, look down towards you, and its eye goes from blue, seems like zzz, into, like, almost a warmer purple, and immediately a shout hails you from the blockade as you're approaching, and you see, like, a bunch of the people, like, stand up and ready themselves. This large warforged, like, lowers down behind you and comes to a rest on the ground with a... They place their crossbow onto their back and pull a long sword, which begins to crackle with lightning along it, and it just begins to follow in behind you as you approach this blockade.
As we approach the blockade, I'd like to take out. Oh wait, I gave the juggling balls to somebody, didn't I? I'll juggle.
I'll probably juggling.
Yeah, you're probably juggling.
Yeah.
I'll just approach normally, with a bit of elegance and
Fair.
finesse, and I'll go. Hello there, good soldiers. We are a group of traveling clowns, part of a very infamous troupe. We are just trying to enter the industrial area. Are we allowed passage?
As you get close and begin to regale them with this speech, you see that there's about 6 warforged soldiers there with their, like, sword arms out, not electrified yet, but out and ready. There's 4 seemingly human or humanoid soldiers in armor with their morning stars up, and there's 2 Greyblades, one of whom stands up and begins to kind of walk out towards you and greets you. Range direction to come from. Here to pick up props and things. Have you got documentation?
Documentation.
Yeah, I'm the one who
Yes.
got them.
Yes, of course.
And I'm gonna show the documentation from where I am, and it's gonna be a piece of paper, but the writing on it is illusory.
Okay. This
As he's reading the documentation, could I try and distract him by asking him questions about the incident that took place last night?
you can. He kind of beckons you to come closer, Ashura.
Yep.
Takes his piece of paper and begins inspecting it. Leaves it over. You detail in the illusion that you're putting forward
So
what details are you putting on there?
So, because he just thought about it in the moment, it's gonna be just a basic bill for like a list of props. So it's gonna be like juggling bats, some
Gloves,
like
costumes,
Costumes.
Trapdoors on the
Keys.
stage.
yeah, even like bits for the tent.
Tent poles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tent poles. I was
Yeah.
gonna say.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Ropes and stuff like that. Also basic
Fabrics.
stuff.
Cycle.
Yeah.
Unicycle.
And do you put down a name for who you're buying it from?
from what I remember, we do not have any information on
No, we don't.
that. So I
Can
don't
I be
think.
very, very cheeky about something really quick?
Go ahead.
When you were traveling with Kaelin, they informed you that both of their parents are blacksmiths in Takastor.
That's yeah. So
You could put down Solomar.
Yeah.
Like,
oh
To be
shit.
fair, Kaelin is the only other person we've met from Takastor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll roll the d20, like if I remember it or not.
No, not intelligence checks again.
Yeah, I have to. I don't
People
know.
keep
An intelligence check, you say?
themselves intelligence checks.
Intelligence. I have a +0, guys.
don't do this.
Or you could ask Andrew what check to make.
It's a 4. I don't remember.
I haven't asked you to roll. If
No,
you're saying
it was-
you don't remember, that's your
for
choice.
me.
That's fine.
That's for me.
But that's-
I'm sorry,
okay.
guys. I
It's
feel like
alright.
Alex doesn't remember clearly, and I'm feeling like I don't know if.
You
I don't
spent the most time with Kaelin, though.
Yeah, that
out of
doesn't mean
everyone.
Ashura just remembers every bit of conversation. It was a weird time.
It was a very weird time, I'll give you that.
He'll just put the most, like there are bakeries that have like a hot bread bakery, stuff like names that are like
Really,
super-
really generic
yeah,
name.
really generic. I think would be the only idea he would have had at the moment. So it'd be like
John Smith Bills.
Like Takastor Crafts Limited.
exactly Takastor Craft .inc Incorporated.
Dot Inc.
Dot Inc. Their shop is a website.
So at this grey blade, from behind their grey mask and from within their hood, you can see already their leather armor from a distance looks very kind of nondescript. It's like just light grey, simple leather. But up close, you can see it's very subtly but beautifully intricate with almost like feathered patterns along the contours. There's like a set of 3 daggers on each rib cage on either side. It goes down to 2 short swords at the hip.
As he's
And
reading
there's
this, sorry, Andrew. go
As
ahead.
it's reading it, Rupert,
Yeah.
you said you wanted to ask some questions of this individual to distract this.
Yep. You see, good sir, unfortunately, one of our friends from our troop stayed overnight in the industrial area before the big incident that I assume took place here before this lockdown, and we're on our way to meet him because he said to meet him tomorrow to help him bring back the supplies. Yeah, have you seen him at all, and what transpired last night that has caused such lockdown proceedings?
What happened here doesn't concern you. It's being handled. Go ahead, Ashura, and make a deception check with advantage with the help of Rupert.
Let's go.
Come on, baby.
Cool.
Easy game.
I'm rolling
You
in
got
real
this.
life because I don't like the one on D&D Beyond. Deception +13.
Alex, you can't say you don't like D&D Beyond's roller, that we're partnered with them now.
No, like not the D&D Beyond one, like the
Nice.
like the roll 20 ones are disgusting. It's a 6 and a
Rolling a
4
dice.
+13, so it's a 19.
19.
That's really
This-
low rolls for me. Fuck.
This Grey Blade's going over the writing. You see there's that horrible fraction of a second where their eyes narrow above their mask as they're reading a line of what you've had put before them. And just as they begin to narrow, Rupert's kind of questioning comes in, and they're like, "It's not your concern, but I'm handling it. Fine." They pull from their side a small, just black wooden thin wand.
Yep.
And where their wand touches the parchment, it leaves a signature just at the bottom. Keep this with you and
Thank you.
move quickly. Don't linger. I don't know what happened to your friend, but it's none of our concern. Just do your business and be gone.
Very
And they
well.
roll it and hand it back.
Okay, so
But-
we cannot stay tonight in the city, right? Is that
If you need to stay, head to the residential district.
okay?
Find something there.
Very well.
This area is in lockdown with permissions only.
Right.
Okay.
Can we reuse this documentation if we need to come back another day?
No, this is for today to get
Yeah.
past the other roadblocks
Uh,
so that you can get in and out quickly.
Very
well, thank you very much. Rupert's gonna take off his hat and sort of bow to every single guard as he walks by. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
You
small
kind
bow.
of the rest of the guards and the soldiers there kind of don't seem phased by it. They seem very like switched on and suspicious. Every single one of them is like eyeing you all up, counting you, eyeing out what equipment you seem to carry. But none of them seem to step or speak out. Sure.
Between all of them, who looked the highest ranked?
Definitely the two
We
Great
talked-
Blades.
Yeah. And between the two Great Blades, there was no identifying.
Not that you could see
Yeah,
externally.
they looked exactly the same, right?
Yeah. Markos.
As this exchange has been happening, Markos has just been sort of stood juggling and like
Okay.
occasionally doing cool tricks, like chucking one under his leg and, you know, maybe like
Nice.
one behind. And he's like, whoop, catches it, and then it's like, and keeping an eye as much as he can on the guards' expressions and trying to see if any of them have like a glimmer of recognition when they look at any of us.
Make an insight check.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Which dice do I want to use? This one. Oh, I did want to use that one. That's 18 plus insight, which is 26.
6. As you're peering into the eyes of each of these individuals, you find it is very difficult to gauge the expressions of the 6 Warforged.
Oh yeah.
They don't really have expressions. They're just watching you. Perfectly still. They have like eerie mannequin stillness of something mechanical not moving. But the rest, so there's the 2 Grey Blades and the 4 human soldiers. They don't seem to recognize you. Picking out the faces, you definitely don't recognize the number of soldiers that you encountered the night before when you first met Rudy.
Yep.
It seems that this particular roadblock seems to be fresh faces.
None of them seem to have like a little nameplate that says, "Hi, my name is Edric."
No.
Okay, cool.
I was working last night, exactly at this place.
But you guys can make your way past this and further inwards toward the actual main part of the industrial estate. And you can see now, as you make your way through, the streets are empty. Completely empty apart from soldiers who are patrolling up and down. You see a number of them, almost all of these groups contain about 6 or 7 soldiers and warforged, and almost always have someone in some form of robe or closer to common clothing, but wielding some kind of wand or staff that seem to be moving with them. You gather, those of you that are arcanely inclined, recognize to a degree. A lot of them are moving and like glancing and looking around, and there's a slight bluish glow to their eyes as they are scanning around. You see up ahead the main thoroughfare of the industrial district, and you can see the windows on all of these buildings are shuttered. Iron and brass shutters, wood in some places, have been lowered across every single window. Without fail, every vent has been locked and shut down, and almost all of the chimneys are quiet. This entire place has been completely shut down. Up ahead, where the street actually diverges to multiple, every small alleyway between buildings has a solid block in front of it. There is no like small little kind of dark corners. It is just blank street. Everything's shut. It's like a poorly rendered old video game where they don't have the space for it. It is just
Not enough
blank
polygons.
walls. Not enough polygons. But yeah, it is locked down completely, and you see above more of these flying warforged. You actually see a small flock of small birds, but they catch your eye because they're not the same birds. A starling, a thrush, a blue-titted crow.
Birds work for the bourgeoisie.
and they seem to like diverge and dart down alleyways. As you guys progress deeper into this incredibly high alert center of Voln, kicking the hornet's nest and then striding on in with makeup on your faces, is where we are going to go for our break. And it means that we're going to go for our first D&D Beyond giveaway?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
So, I need help from you guys because I don't know how this works.
I believe we have
So-
set it up to be a keyword in chat.
Yes.
Okay.
So
D&D?
if you wish
How
to
do I-
enter the giveaway,
You need to first hydrate, and
you
also
need
put.
to hydrate.
I think the keyword is Soulguard.
The keyword is Soulguard.
Yes.
All one word. You guys know. I'll type it in chat so you guys know how to spell it.
That will enter you in the competition, though,
That's
Meg.
fine.
The giveaway is
Um,
open. You should see a thing pop up. This is the
There we
first time
go.
using a
Yes.
MoveBot to hold giveaways.
Yeah,
Forgive
there we
us.
go.
I'm
Ooh, Game Mummy.
Did by
Oh.
Game Me. Hi.
Hey,
The game
what a
mummy.
perfect
Game mummy.
time to hop in. Game mummy.
Readers, we are about to go on break, but we are also just doing our D&D Beyond giveaway to win a player's handbook. So if you want to stay and enter the raid, then please feel free. Just enter the word Soulguard into the chat.
Oh, one word.
All
Soulguard.
one
No,
word.
Tal. No.
Stop spreading fake
House
news.
goals and
It's
chaos.
Soulguard.
Uh,
Enter that for a chance to win a player's handbook.
I'm pressing it.
unreal.
It's saying it. Redo.
Redo.
It says
Archive and redo. Does it say that it's active for you guys?
It says
Yes.
enter the giveaway by typing Soulguard in the chat.
Yes.
On the
Yes.
Okay.
The bot did say
Damn it.
that in the chat, Andrew. It's
Damn
fine.
it.
It's active.
No, but my thing says I can look at and it says 0 total. And if any of you guys want to go off and start getting food and stuff, feel free. Go ahead, take your break. I'll poke this and hopefully it'll work. But it says
Okay.
currently 0 total entries, which is why I'm wondering if it's working or not.
Trust him.
Okay. Well, we're gonna do this. You guys go, hydrate, eat some food, and then come back in half an hour because we'll be
Baby.
playing more D&D. And we're gonna try and sneak in and find some zombies, hopefully.
Yeah. And people who just arrived, stay in 30 minutes, and then after that, still fun. I promise.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Don't take us onto the break screen. I want to stay here and make sure this is working.
Okay. You want to be okay?
Yeah. Players that want to go break, go chill.
So no.
I'm gonna
breaks
try and okay. Okay, there we go.
You got it.
It's
It
now
worked.
coming up with one entry. So, people in the chat, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for Raiders for coming. If you want to be in with a chance to win a Player's Handbook code for D&D Beyond, our wonderful partners, make sure you are putting Soulguard into the chat. It can be in a message, whatever. It doesn't matter what caps or case things are in. Just make sure that it is somewhere in your message, Soulguard. One word, soul as in your soul, guard as in our wonderful adventuring party. And I can see the entries ticking up.
Tails.
So it's
Why
working.
did you enter?
Fuck off! I'm gonna win.
Win our own giveaway.
Perfect. I'm gonna put the
Stop
music on something
being
a bit
fake
more.
news. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna go on break now. Come back in half an hour for more D&D.
And thank you, Misha Marina, for the follow.
Hell yeah!
Bye.
Welcome.
Thank
Hope
you,
guys had a
Misha.
good
Thank
time.
you, Game Mummy, for the raid and bringing these people along.
Oh,
Hell yeah!
you guys
Alright,
are
so I think this is working.
Okay, great.
Throw those in chat. Drink, get snacks. We'll be back here at 9 p.m. and we'll announce the winner. So hell yeah! So stick around. We'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Hey, everybody.
Bye. Back soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was muted. I'm sorry. We're live. Hello.
Oh damn it, Alex.
I gave the
Hi.
warning. I swear to God, I gave the
Hello,
warning.
everybody. Immediate hydrate from Tal.
Yeah.
Of course.
Straighten them
It's
spines.
empty instead, so.
I'm sorry. I really did. I really did give the warning. I was just muted. Damn it.
I feel like you didn't
Thank
give it
shit
unless you
I
got
could
it.
lip read.
Yeah, thank God.
Rolling ahead with the observant feet.
Rowan has-
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for sticking with us. If you've just arrived,
hello.
welcome to Jason Tales. We're playing D&D, and we're doing a giveaway. While I'm rambling, this is your last-minute chance to throw Soulguard, the name of our wonderful adventuring party, it's Soulguard, Soulguard, into the chat and enter the giveaway to win a player's handbook code for D&D Beyond. Alright, that's pretty much, that's me rambling done. So if you haven't thrown it in yet, you've lost your chance. I don't know if this Moobot giveaway is going to work. I've noted down a number of the names that have entered it visually. So if this doesn't work, I will randomize that, and we'll do that instead. So fingers crossed this doesn't explode. I'm going to press the draw entrant button. Tal is probably crazy. And thank
Hey.
goodness they're here keeping
hell
us
yeah.
hydrated.
How?
Tal has done the win. Tal, one of our longest,
Tal,
you did-
wonderful,
You did the
wonderful
winning.
friendos, has won the giveaway.
Cool.
It popped that name up.
I will PM you that code.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, baby.
Tal,
You-
you won, Tal.
Despite it's probably all of the sabotage tactics they were whacking out there to distract everybody else. But Tal, one of our wonderful viewers who's been with us for a very long time, the wonderful sweet entity that they are, has won themselves a player's handbook. So fantastic, congratulations. Thanks for being with us for so long. Thank you everyone that has come since and hopped in. I hope you guys are having a good time. Fucking hashtag Soul. I swear, if that gets more uses than hashtag Chase Those Tails, I'm gonna be fucking pissed.
Oh god.
Probably will.
That's the group tag for us on WikiFeet.
Yeah.
If any of you guys want to go and check out D&D Beyond, you should use that link in the chat, because that would really, really help us out. And that lets
Absolutely.
D&D Beyond know that we're good beans.
Absolutely, it does.
So-
A massive thank you to D&D Beyond for putting, I don't know, like, to slap your logo on something, like, it's not an insignificant thing, right? Like, there's a degree of trust and faith there that, I don't know, like, these people, like, have similar values and aren't assholes. So I'm glad that we at least make that bar. But yeah, massive thank you to D&D Beyond for making it a thing that we use all the time to do cool stuff, and for sponsoring these giveaways. If you didn't win it this time, one, sorry. Two, be back next week. We will be running it again next week, and the week after, and the week after. So if our wonderful story and players aren't enough, free stuff maybe will be. Alrighty. With that done, dusted, and let's get ourselves back into the, well, hopefully not action, hopefully nice and relaxed, and, well, not relaxed, nice and maybe peaceful, who knows. Let's get some appropriate music on.
Non-confrontational, let's say.
Yeah.
Let's go for that.
Just a reminder,
That's
Andrew.
that's the minimum that we're aiming
Yeah.
for.
Just a reminder, Andrew.
Non-confrontational.
You did
So-
describe a tons of like zombies around, so you know.
I described some zombies.
Yeah.
That might be chill.
They might be. So,
I don't know.
you guys in full makeup, in full clown gear, juggling, even though you're not at a performance, you're juggling anyway, making your way through, and through a good use of some distraction and major image to create this illusory document of passage, you have snuck back in to Takastor. For how long? You have yet to see. But from within these walls, you can see the level of utter rigid order that has been imposed upon the streets. The soldiers marching up and down, patrolling. A couple times, but you find these squads of 10 or so soldiers and warforged and mages walking down past who, like, watch you as they go. But you can see almost at every major intersection, there is another large checkpoint. You are within these streets. You can see people walking around with arcane enhanced vision, a blue glow emanating from their eyes as they scan the area around them. Flying massive warforged with giant crossbows in hand, flying overhead, scanning the rooftops. small flitting flocks of mismatched birds scanning and flitting through the blocked off alleyways. What would you guys like to do?
Rupert, do you remember where this building is that we need to get to?
Well, I've never seen the building, but what I know of it is that it should have a chimney that is currently active, but the building should not be lit, if I remember, if my information is correct. Yes. Yes.
I would like to cast Locate Creature on focusing on the like Rupert's friend, like of this fire breather that was described to me.
Within 1,000 feet.
I will drop concentration on enhanceability to keep it on Locate Creature.
Okay. Hold on while Andrew has to visualize what 1,000 feet looks like. 1,000 feet back. 300. Okay. You've got it on for now. You don't get an immediate ping, but you've just gotten into this industrial district.
Yeah.
As you keep going, you find yourselves approaching another one of these checkpoints. As you get closer and closer, you see this one is manned. It's like a three-way intersection. So as you approach, there are two roads, one that heads closer to the waterfront, one that heads kind of closer, a bit away from the waterfront. There are about like 4-foot tall brass plating blockades placed up, which have like about 10-foot wide gaps to allow people to pass through. There's maybe 15 soldiers and warforged standing in this space, a number of mages, a couple of Graveblades, and one of these large three-legged brass and steel constructs with like the three large kind of crab, like spider-like legs, and the kind of built-in pincers and stuff wrapped up to the chest. Just kind of like stationary, kind of as a tower in the middle of this intersection. As you approach, another pair of Greyblades this time kind of beckon you closer as you approach the entryway through. All right, come closer, slowly. One of you, on you come.
Right. Are you looking for documentation?
Yes, why are you out?
Yeah. Yes. That's you, and I'll point to Ashura.
Yeah. I have it. Here it is.
The Greyblade takes it, inspects it, takes the signature at the bottom. You go ahead and make a deception check with advantage for me, sure.
Yes. Please be with me, rolls.
Yeah, we should make note of that signature. Maybe just like.
Oh, that
Maybe
signature, that's a great
copy
point.
of that signature.
So that's a 9 and a 14, so that's 14 plus 13, so that's 27.
As you hand it off, you play into slightly. This person seems like they've been here for a good few hours. These people look vigilant, but bored slightly. Nothing's really happened apart from being deployed and that kind of tension that's riding them. I think they seem to be kind of wearing out of that adrenaline of rapid deployment into the kind of tedium of just standing there. They look over it, they see the signature, and they seem to be fairly keen to roll it up, cast an eye of the rest of your troop, hand it back. All right.
I would.
There's a critical success for my ceiling, by the way. I'm just saying.
I would like to clarify that the entire time we've been like traveling and doing stuff, Maple has just been like flipping and cartwheeling and just fucking
Make
being
an
acrobatic.
acrobatics check for me.
Okay. This is my first time using a SaberDice, so we'll see how this goes.
Oh.
Make or break this relationship, really.
It's nat 20. I'm telling you, it's nat 20. No, it's not.
It's not a fucking nat 20, you
Damn
dick. How dare you? No. Overall that is 12.
12.
Wow.
It rolled an 8.
Alright, well,
You... It's probably how she rolled it. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's not the dice.
You a couple times like your flips just aren't quite landing. Like you're not like toppling onto your face or anything, but like the landings aren't tidy.
I'm trying to like style it out though, so it looks like I'm just
yeah.
like a floppy, funny clown, you know?
Okay. Yeah. You can like okay. Oh, whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, I'm not an acrobat. I'm a clown. I'm funny,
know
right?
what?
You know.
Maybe if you had a little stretch, checked your posture before doing all these flips and such, you might be able
That's
to
the
roll a
thing.
bit higher.
When you try and land, you've got to land with good posture.
That's true.
Rupert would kind of like to step in front of Maple and kind of hold my cloak out to cover her from the guards.
Is this your cloak full of swords?
No. Yeah, it was. But if you remember, one side only holds the sword, the other one doesn't, because I can flip sides, remember?
Sure.
No, so I won't, because that's
Okay.
part of the pun of my thing.
Sounds
I accidentally,
like
but I'm not going to
remember.
accidentally show them the swords now.
Okay.
Anyway, so I'll just cover her, and I'd also like to ask, by any chance, you haven't seen a missing member of our troop around here, have you?
The Grey Blade on the left, you can just see kind of under their hood. This area is like it's in morning now. It's full daylight. And in this kind of overcast grayish light, you can see under their hood this individual has like green eyes, quite dark eyebrows, quite thick. Kind of like a tousled like bit of hair coming down the front. The eyes narrow slightly.
Oh no! I just remembered I had advantage from the beginning of the game.
Meg.
It's fine. I can use it on my next roll.
Okay. This Greyblade's eyes narrow slightly as you mention a missing member of your clown troop. No, I don't think I have seen a member of your troop.
Insight check.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
The eyes narrowed, so I got suspicious. Nat 1. So 9.
9. They're very, very cute eyes.
So as I cartwheel, I peer over the cloak, and I'm like,
All right. Crack on and get where you're going.
All right. Well, thank you very much. You don't mind her. We call her the Marlin because when on stage she flops around like a fish. And
The Greyblade in front doesn't crack a smile, but one of the soldiers off to the side definitely does. The rest of them, there's like, even though there is this slight levity, this crack in the serious tone of the place, as you guys step through this small like gateway that's been made in the middle of this street, it's imposing as shit. You are walking within 5 feet of dozens of soldiers and warforged and mages, and this massive construct in the center, currently perfectly still. But as you're walking this close through, some of you not wearing your armor, not wielding your weapons, they're completely at the mercy of these deceptions. You feel that moment of intense vulnerability and fear rising up within you. As you do so, are you heading left or right?
could I do a check to see if I see any chimneys that would be any buildings that I'm looking for that is described to me? Would
Go
I be
ahead and
able to check?
make a perception check.
Okay. Come on, baby.
Can I assist with that, having heard a description?
Go on then.
All right.
Go on, you get advantage.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good. Got a 16 and a 19, so that's a 30.
All right. Yeah, you don't see the chimney.
Yeah.
As you're like glancing down these two streets, there are loads of chimneys. Like there's shitloads. Almost all of these buildings have stacks on stacks of them, from whatever industrial furnaces might be within for either heating or processes, whatever. Most of them are turned off. Almost all of these are turned off. it seems that production or movement has been shut down, so that minimal movement of other people in this area can be watched. There is still a small, like, couple of streams of smoke rising up above the buildings, almost directly ahead and slightly closer to the waterfront.
Oh, okay. Well, just relate to that to the group. We should probably head in that direction where there's more activity.
It might be a good idea to try and find somewhere where we can maybe get ourselves prepared quickly if we are going in that building.
Yes.
Yeah, we need to be a bit
If it is
more
near the
prepared.
waterfront, then maybe there's like a dock or a thing we can hide under quickly just to get ourselves together. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll have to see when we get closer.
Yes. I maybe it might be a good idea for us to try and scout the building first. Maybe send in a reconnaissance team to just see what's going on, and then while that's happening, the rest of us could prepare for battle, I guess.
Ones
Did
who
someone say reconnaissance?
I
Yeah,
mean,
He like goes to volunteer himself, and then he immediately is like, maybe
what,
not.
actually,
Yes.
It's not the naughty step.
Grabs your arm and is like, no.
actually, Nute and Maple would be the best ones. You don't need to wear armor. So while we put on the things we need to put on, you can just go in.
As you guys are busy saying this, Ruby's gonna pull out like some food and try and break it up to feed a rabbit, just in case.
It's a fake one. No. You mean like if there is a rabbit.
Yes.
There is a
Okay.
rabbit around.
Yes.
Because I
We've
still
learned
have
from
one.
last time. We're going to leave a trail of food for the rabbit to reconnaissance now.
That's a great. You
Could
know
you make
what?
a real quick intelligence check for me, Markos?
You know what?
Hey, what? Sorry?
Rupert, it's
A
about-
real
quick
intelligence check.
Yeah, from you.
Okay.
Ooh.
it's about learning from our
3.
mistakes.
3. Cool. Never mind. Are you guys heading to the
Actually,
left,
able
closer to
do
the
a fucking
to the water?
intelligence check.
Yeah.
Yes, closer to the water.
Okay. You got heading on closer. You pass more of these desolate, almost silent streets, disturbed by the marching of patrols and the flyovers of Warforged. Sure.
Considering the Juggernaut flying over, how far from the ground are they flying? Like how high are they flying?
They're sticking around the 70 to 100 foot high mark.
Okay.
They're up there above the rooftops to scan to make sure that no one's running across the tops.
And are they as many that we can't even count them, or can we count them? Like, are they 3, 5?
In this like part of this industrial district, which is a big section of the coast, like this
Yeah.
it's not a small town.
No.
That are in your kind of vicinity. There's like 5 or 6 that are like on a bit of a path.
Okay, cool. Just to know. Okay. Just making sure that they are far, or at least not close to us.
Yeah, like given depending on the timing, you can like they pass, and there are moments. Though there are also these flying like disparate flocks of birds that flit around as well. So finding the right moment to go unseen is a given the time difficult.
Another question, Andrew. Remember that time when we were in the Earth plane, and there were like birds following us, right?
There were
They were the starlings.
They
Yeah,
were
the
the-
starlings. Yeah.
Mhm.
Were there any way from because we had suspicions but we didn't know. Is afterwards, do we know, is there a way to like insight check the birds to know if they're like normal birds?
make an Arcana check first.
Insight check.
I don't know.
Do the birds work for the bourgeoisie?
Okay, that's a 12 plus whatever I have in Arcana, which I think is,
It's like 10 or something, isn't it?
yeah, I have like a lot. Yeah, it's a 10.
Then
22.
22, yeah. It's not a spell that you personally know, but you know of a very, very simple spell that allows even beginner mages to summon a familiar
Yeah, that's right.
that you can scan through. You know that what Ophelia was doing was different. Ophelia's flock of birds was much more of a grandiose version of what Hemlock does. It was a much more powerful version of Wild Shape.
Okay.
So these look much more like familiars.
Yeah. Okay.
They're certainly not natural. They're certainly not
Yeah.
moving like natural birds. They're like flying in packs of completely different birds. Like a pigeon and a crow will like fly in tandem and then like dart down two alleyways in separate.
Okay. Just to make sure that they're not just weird birds, they're actual familiar. Okay. Cool.
Alright. As you get further down this section of roadway, Hemlock. As you're all walking, you go past another patrol or so. But during a moment of quiet, where the street looks empty, you pass through and there appears to be a small gathering of maybe 3 humanoid figures that walk past you, kind of stop, walk alongside you, and then leave you.
Make an insight
Invisible.
check.
Invisible.
Invisible. Oh, okay. They're blindsided. Okay. Can I pick any other details out apart from the fact that they're humanoid?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
13.
13. You're fairly sure there are 3 of them. They're invisible. They followed you for maybe a couple of seconds, just getting a closer look at you, as a group, before continuing on their way. It's about as much as you gather.
From potentially like their walking pattern, assess whether or not they were warforged.
With a 13, no.
Okay. I will telepathically to the group pass that on. Like, we had people, 3 figures just now, invisible, flanking us for a few seconds, and then they went away. I don't know which direction.
Andrew, did they come into like a 10-foot radius of me?
Yeah, I think kind of it comes definitely to Hemlock's kind of range first, and as they kind of walk alongside you for a second, you pick up a glimpse, and then like a couple of seconds later, Hemlock's voice comes into your mind, confirming what you kind of glimpsed for a moment.
Okay. All right. Okay, we need to be careful. This is very complex.
When you hear that message, Ashura and Nute, it reminds you heavily of a strategy employed in the Underdark. Many Hakuri settlements, one of the reasons that the Drow take a part of the Tekuaka, the kind of the scouting forces, is because of their skills and speed. One of the reasons that the Duergar man the Kabe, the defensive force of the cities, is because of their ability to innately turn invisible. And they use that to invisibly patrol regions so that they can maneuver and consider their actions when potential threats come into range. So it appears to be a similar kind of tactic.
Okay.
Luckily, one you have identified.
Yes. Okay. So let's go try and change at a place where we know none of all those risk, where we can limit the risk, I guess.
I was thinking, if everything seems to be a little closed up shop, so to speak, I wonder if any of these buildings nearby are empty. If we could get inside one, it might be a fortuitous place to get our shit together.
That's actually a pretty good idea. We would be hidden from above, and the birds, and maybe the invisible peeps. So yeah, we could try to find one. Yeah.
Alright. Go ahead. Many of these buildings are completely shuttered off. The doorways, windows, vents are all shuttered and locked down. How are you? What are you looking for in these buildings as you get closer to the water's edge? You find yourself on that the main thoroughfare that goes along the waterside adjacent buildings. I'd say from the previous perception checks to look for the smoke, you guys can see maybe a kilometer down this path, there is one building up against the water that does have a couple of chimneys that are still streaming little threads of smoke. What are you guys looking for? As a means to choose a building to try and get into or to find a place?
Yes, like a remote one that would be not a remote one that would be very easy for us to get into and very small, nothing that would like
Something like easily overlooked.
yeah, something easily.
Yeah, like a storage warehouse or something that's
Yeah,
next
exactly.
to it, or like a small craft shop of some description.
Something that looks insignificant.
Insignificant and likely, if this whole place is on military lockdown, for them to just be like, sorry, Carpenter Fred, you can't come here today.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Maybe find a gun repair shop. There was an Afghani, found their way into film, tried to set up the business, just didn't really hit it off. No one really goes there.
Yeah. With you guys kind of making your way down this street as your clown posse, supposedly looking for this very generic sounding manufacturer for your props and things. This will be an investigation check, and it will also be a deception check to both look carefully for the kind of place that you're looking for, but to make sure you're doing so without appearing like you are obviously looking carefully at each of these buildings and stuff. There are many eyes on you in a given moment. It is kind of the point right now that these streets are cordoned off and being watched. So I want one person to helm the investigation check and one person to helm the deception. And tell me what you're doing to do so.
I have a +10 to investigation, so
You
I am
take that
happy to
one.
take that.
You sure you don't want me to take investigation?
I'm
minus
sure,
one.
buddy. I'm sure, buddy. I have double proficiency, so I'm good.
Are we
I'm
allowed
also going to
to
use
agree?
my advantage from Tat.
Yeah, you are
Yeah.
muted, Alex. You're muted again.
Sorry. I was saying, Ruby, do you wanna take it?
Yeah, I'll take deception. Plus, I've got advantage still, don't I? From
Well,
earlier.
I can just help
You
you. Yeah.
you don't have advantage
Right,
anymore
well,
because I had to drop the
I'll-
enhanced
yeah,
I'll
ability
that's
for
help you.
locate
I'll help
for
you.
locate creature.
I'll take a paper. I'll help you, and I'll just take a paper and be like, no. The map says here, but this is not where. I think we're lost. That's what what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Well, I
just-
got 29, so on
Nice,
deception.
25 investigation.
nice.
25 investigation, okay.
We
You should
killed
be doing
it.
some flips in the background,
Nice.
walking on hands and shit.
Markos will like be juggling some juggling balls and like toss one out to you and get you to like kick it back, and he'll start juggling it again.
You like on one like a one-handed handstand, grabs it and like throws it back to you, back into the juggle pad like nothing happened.
I feel like this is happening over Hemlock, of just like Markos
hell
is juggling
yeah.
and chucks it back, and I'm just there hot like on my spell like.
Maple and David and Markos.
Maple and David.
Can the two of you please make wisdom saving throws for me?
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Fuck.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I know that Marcus looks like a generic human, but come on.
I look like a generic human clown right now.
Oh shit, I rolled a nat 20, so 24.
Ah, is that
well-
with my dice?
No.
Oh, damn it.
You could have just
What
lied.
is wrong with
It
you?
was with my maple dice, I'm
Oh.
sorry.
I'm assuming this isn't magical plants, so that's
Not
a
magical
15
plants.
total.
In total.
Oh no. What's happening? I'm here, Markos, not convincing clowns.
Remember when Andrew sent us that message in the chat saying like this is gonna be a very dangerous session and we shouldn't do dumb shit? I've been thinking since the first minute of this show, is the clown thing dumb shit he was referring to that we shouldn't do?
It was a disguise.
Yeah, it was a
got.
disguise. It wasn't us being stupid.
So,
Guys.
as you guys do your performance and you're throwing the juggling batons back and forth and you're making the show at the map, you draw eyes to you. You would draw more attention. A couple more like birds as they're like flying and flitting around the place land on like a lamppost and like watch you go by. A warforged that is hovering overhead kind of jets along and like hovers directly overhead, about 80 feet above you, just staring down. For about 10, 15 seconds, just hovering above you. This horrible extended feeling of time as this thing is just watching you from above, before eventually moving on. Seemingly intrigued by you, but not suspicious. Maple,
Yes.
as you are darting your beady little eyes around the street to try and find an easy way into somewhere, it's hard. You are walking for a couple minutes and you're getting closer and closer to this building with the streaming chimney. But eventually, you see what looks to be some kind of... It looks almost like a garage. It looks to be a small pier that goes out onto the water, and leading to it there are power lines. There is like cables that head out of this small building, down a couple wires toward the dock, where you see a couple small boats with these cables like plugged in. It looks like the actual building itself has its shutters pulled up. You glimpse there is a back window into this building that is it's not open, but it's not shuttered. And you catch it like in a reflection from the next, like a big tank behind it. Like, there is basically nothing here, and you manage to glimpse the only potential opening. And it seems to be into this small fueling station that seems to be deactivated. There's no like static hum in the power lines.
Yeah, so I'll be like, sneak into this window.
There are still birds watching you.
Yeah, so like if Hemlock telepathically spoke into my brain, does that mean I can speak back?
I will have been doing the little occasional like like words into people's heads so they can respond back at any point.
Cool. In which case I will respond to Hemlock like, that fueling station has an unshuttered window at the back. We could go in there.
I'll pass that on to everyone else. We need to find a way to get into it without the birds noticing.
I so badly just want to shoot the birds, but that's not going to go well, so I don't, no.
Sure.
So can illusion restrain what you see, right? Because if I illusion a wall in front of you, you can't see beyond it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to look into my pocket, and like as in I'm acting to search for like the right address or something like that, and I'm gonna take out like a bunch of confettis, like you know those bars that explode into confettis.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, no, that's not it. And they're just going to explode in my hand, and it's going to be tons of confettis that are going to go exactly, like as a big bloom of confettis exactly in front of the beds.
So you took some inspiration from Monday.
Yes, exactly. And
Okay.
trying to basically
Obscure their vision.
Obscure their vision. And I don't know if I can send a message to Maple, but I like...
You can send one
You
via
can send one
Hemlock.
to me and I'll get it back.
And it'll be like, now? Question
Now.
mark?
Cool.
There is a big of color and flittering paper.
It doesn't make sound, huh? It just goes... pop. Yeah.
Of
It
flittering
doesn't
paper.
make sound. It
It
makes
can't-
the sound.
No, as in like, it
Well,
can...
it's not like an explosion.
An explosion.
That's my point.
Yeah.
The major image can make sound. This thing goes like
This is not.
puff. No, but it can,
Yeah.
but it's not like boom. Yeah, exactly.
It is a nice and inconspicuous explosion of
Exactly.
colour.
Thank you.
It's a poof.
Absolutely billows out in front of this small flock of birds that immediately like
Oh, damn it.
from their place.
Shit. Oh, there's confetti's everywhere now.
Okay, I need a couple things. I need a perception check from you, Ashura.
Yep.
This is you choosing the timing to throw this such that there isn't a warforged overhead staring at you.
Yep.
To pick your timing so that these are the only eyes you're avoiding.
Okay, cool. Luckily, I have plus 12 on this. That's an 18 plus 12. That's a 30, Andrew.
Okay.
There is a flying warforged that comes overhead as Maple and Hemlock are like trading these messages that are being boofed throughout you guys. And as it passes, you're just getting ready to drop this little confetti illusory explosion when you hear like the slightest like scuff of like a shoe on stone, and you wait for a second, and you notice like just the faintest like depression or movement of dust on the ground to the right.
Yep.
As you catch a glimpse of something invisible move. You hold on for another few seconds. Now, this plume of confetti fills the air in front of these birds from where they're sitting. In that moment, are you guys all rushing to get into this?
Yeah, get into the window.
All right, I need a stealth check from all of you. As you die off to one side with advantage.
Can I drop a pass?
Go on,
Or
then.
do we not have enough time?
No, I mean, like, this was like a couple of seconds of Ashura waiting, considering the plan.
I could have held it.
Yeah.
I didn't say, so if you don't want it, then.
Sure. I mean, like, yeah. Like, if we were talking.
I think you were discussing the plan, and I think in that moment of me resolving Ashura's plan, there wasn't really a moment for you to jump in and say beforehand, so I won't punish you for saying it before I ask for a stealth check. So go ahead and drop the pass, and honestly, Ashura's plume of confetti. Roll with advantage. I'm keeping track of this as advantage against just these birds.
Okay.
So we're all rolling stealth with advantage.
Yeah. With advantage? Yep. I rolled a net 20.
With advantage and with pass without trace, which is plus 10.
Okay, so I'm at 35. Fuck you.
Let me...
Yeah.
39.
Whoa! Damn.
41.
Plus 24.
Guys, I rolled a net
With
20.
advantage.
Come on! Like, I can't go above more than
Did
that.
you roll a 16, Meg?
25.
I got a 15.
Oh.
I got a 30.
I got a 21.
Okay.
Nice.
It's the
I think we
jingles.
did a pretty good guess.
Yeah, it's the jingles, dude. It's the jingles.
I
They don't
jingle.
have- yeah.
It doesn't.
You desperately grasp hold of your jingly side of your cloak as you will dart off to one side around the back of this building. You are out of the main line of sight, but there is still a closed window in front of you. You've gotten away from the street, and seemingly no one has seen you in this instant. The birds, the confetti, is the confetti just like still pluming, or is
No,
that like
it
does
goes
it fade?
and it stays
Just do
there.
one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Maple.
like it was just thick enough for us to move out.
Okay.
Is the window closed?
The window is
I know
closed.
it's not. I know it's not shuttered, but like I assume
The window
it's
is
closed.
closed.
Is it locked?
How are you testing if it's locked?
Give it a tiny shimmy.
Okay. It appears to be locked.
Okay, I'm gonna pick it.
Go ahead and
I'm
do it.
gonna put stop Maple's hand and cast detect magic.
Okay.
Oh,
I will very
That's a
briefly
good
use
idea.
concentration on locate creature, but I think I was coming near the end of the hour anyway, so I would have needed to recast it.
As you cast detect magic, there's that kind of your awareness as the spores around you attune to picking up the arcane as well as the living. There is within an intense magical force inside this building. The window itself, however, appears to be clean.
I will pass that on again telepathically. Nothing on the window, but there's something big inside. Like big.
Okay, I'm gonna pick the lock, and I'm gonna use my knowledge from a past life to add a
Hell
d6
yeah.
to
Let's
its roll.
go.
Go ahead and
Hell
roll that
yeah.
lock picky checky with the extra d6.
Maple's like,
D6.
I remember how I picked locks before I
I
died.
remember picking locks before I died that one time.
That week where I died, and now I'm better than I
Wait.
used to be. Like
Okay, it is technically a past life.
it
It
is.
is?
technically past
Same
life.
with Nute. Nute's got
Yeah.
two past lives now.
Yeah. One as a robot and one as a
Okay.
young.
That's why I was bad at remembering. You can never remember which one it came from, you know?
And this is just my dex plus my proficiency, right? Because
Yep.
it's thieves' tools.
Yeah.
So that's 28.
28 without issue. It's a complicated lock. It's not a cheapie, but you managed to find your way through, and it's a kind of lock that you haven't come across before. as far as rogues go, you're not one of the most urbanly attuned rogues, but
No, true.
a slight echo of a memory that isn't your own, but one that crossed your path while you resided on the Silver Sea.
Another more urban gnome rogue that I met.
Guides and a slight like flavor of it comes almost a smell of a workshop, of the scent of brass and of like almost like engine oil, of some artificer's workshop.
I like this flavor.
But you do manage to unlock this window, and you may open it if you wish.
What kind of window is it? Is it like a shimmy up? Oh, it's a fold up. Okay, sure.
Sash.
We should
No,
oil
not
it before.
Can I oil the hinges real quick so it's not creaking?
So, you reach into the flavor of that memory, grasp some oil, and sprinkle it on the hinges. You can open the window easy enough, and rolling off the same stealth checks to kind of dart around, quickly get this open, and then dart inside. You all can kind of hoist yourselves up and quietly get inside. As you get inside, you find a relatively cramped back room of a generator. Markos, this is very similar to the vaulted room that you found yourself in the main hangar. This one is smaller than that one. The one in the hangar was much bigger and had like a rack of just like a dozen canisters. This one has a slot for a single canister, which sits in a little kind of slot in the front of this thing. There's like a small dial on its top. It is dim light in here. It's just like they have blades of light almost cutting through the gaps in the shutters in the front of the building. But you are in this darkened space and it seems quiet and abandoned. Rowan.
What school of magic is coming from inside the building now that we're in it? I'm assuming it's coming off this generator.
Yeah, it's coming off the generator in this canister and almost like residually along the power lines that kind of lead up from it and out. It's kind of schoolless, with little sprinkles of, I think ever so slightly conjuration and necromancy.
Okay. I will pass that on to everybody.
Zombie generator. We're not even in that building yet.
Yeah, once we're in as well, I will, and I think I've gotten everything that I've gotten. I will drop detect magic and pick up again, locate creature.
Okay. Just a correction to myself. Slight, ever so slight necromancy and evocation.
Evocation. Okay. Exploding zombies.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just energetic zombies in general,
Energetic
right?
zombies, but yeah. Once
Zombies
I think I
can sprint at you.
they're the worst kind. Once I've gotten everything, I will drop that and pick up locate creature again.
Okay.
Burning through my spells.
And also hydrate.
Hydrate.
Andrew, can I quickly go into the bag of holding? Not actually go into it, but go to it. And bring out my breastplate and my...
Yeah.
I believe for medium armor, it's like a 5-minute job to get it on, and the straps and the padding, and begin to re-armor, and you can do that.
I would like to do the same, please.
While you guys are like sorting your shit out,
Yeah.
do you want me to go and like check it out? Or
Yeah, but be very careful. There seems to be... The invisible people were close by, like, minutes ago.
Maple,
so-
Maple, if I can come with you, and then I can both see the invisible people, and I can keep the, knowing where this person is.
yeah, sounds good. You gonna be as you are?
Oh no! I'll be. Remember back on the first time we met when we went to that little goblin island, and you were doing you, and I was like a little spider. I'll do that.
That's a good one. I like that one. Okay. So we'll go and check out the building. You guys get all your bits back together. I guess I should take my stuff.
Yeah, take your hammer.
Yeah. Okay. and my magic bow.
And your magic bow. Yeah, that seems to be complicated, but yeah, do that.
Okay.
Sorry, Merlin's just come in and she's now screaming at me. What? And she's gone.
Attention
She's
to
gone.
me.
She came in the door, looked at me, screamed, and then left.
Sounds like a cat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sounds
Oh,
like me.
So, grabbing your weaponry back on Hemlock, are you wild shaping into a spider?
Wild shaping, yes. I'm not making that mistake.
So, I mean, you retain your racial traits and your
I retain
mental
my racial traits and mental stats.
Perfect. And a nice observant spell-casting spider.
I'm a little spidey.
With blind sight and telepathy.
Yep.
Yeah. Real handy.
I'm a bomb-ass spider.
Pretty good spider.
It's a cool spider.
Hopping on Maple. Maple, are you are still in clan makeup, Avec axe, Avec hammer and magic bow.
Oh.
How are you? What is your path forward?
Should I, like, where, relative to where we are now, where is the building that we need to go to?
Down the road by like a little bit less than a kilometer.
Okay, is that... I was gonna say, either I can be invisible, or I could go into the ethereal plane.
In the ethereal
For a
plane, you
bit.
can cover about 200 feet.
Yeah.
Given that it's a bonus
Yeah.
action to hammer into the ethereal plane, and
What
using
is
an action to
that
dash.
relative to...
200 feet is
Not a kilometer.
Well, I know that 200 feet isn't a kilometer.
No,
You know,
it's like 70 meters.
A kilometer's like 3,000 feet.
Yeah,
So
but
you-
I
If
also...
you do that as well, I wouldn't be able to follow you because I can only walk at 20. I can only scuttle at 20 feet around.
But I also feel like there's no point in me going invisible because they're going to be looking for invisible people anyway. So, like, there's no point in me taking the potion because they're looking for invisibility. So it
You're
will be
fucking
like...
stealthy bitch.
Yeah. Like,
Stealthy bitch.
pretty stealthy as is. I don't know that this is the right time for me to use that potion of invisibility. You know what I mean?
Sure, I mean, you get advantage on your stealth check if you do.
I have plus 14 anyway. It's very hard for me to not be stealthy.
All I mean is it's an
Famous last
assurance.
words.
Famous last words, yeah. I mean, within 30 feet of Markos, I still have plus 10. That's not very long, though. I'm
Wait,
aware.
Hemlock keeps her. You keep your blind sense, right?
I do, yes,
Okay,
but
so-
only
so-
but
Wild
so
shape.
I can keep my. I've got my telepathy. I've got my blind sight. But if it's going to be of any use to Maple, I have to be within 20 feet of Maple.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I can carry you. You can be, like, on my shoulder.
Yeah, I can do
Whatever.
that. It's just if you go into the ethereal plane, then I'm just gonna like fall.
Yeah, no, I won't do that. That's a bad idea.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna straight up stealth. I'm not gonna take my potion because it doesn't feel like the right time.
all right. You're pretty much like
yeah.
between the street and the waterside itself. There isn't like a path that goes along the waterside, but you might be able to like find like a ledge and like skedoodle that
Yeah.
way.
Sneak in the
or there's
shadows.
rooftops. Or you can
I'm
just
gonna do
fucking
the
swim.
rooftops because the
Swim.
Warforged are checking the rooftops specifically, and they're like all flying up there. So I'm not gonna do that.
And
Yeah, I
Maple
could swim. Maple can absolutely swim.
I write.
You
I'll
don't
write.
need to breathe.
Oh yeah, so
I do. Am I light enough to not break the surface tension?
I
was
mean,
gonna
think
say,
that's up
you
to
could
you.
swim.
Like you chose the spider. Like
Some species of spider they're covered in hair, and they can use that to trap air bubbles across the surface of themselves
Yeah.
and use that to breathe for like
an
an hour
air
or
bubble
so.
of water. What did
I'm like also like,
Yeah.
you can like walk along the side
I
of the
can
building
walk along the
way.
sides. Yeah. I
yeah.
will do that then. I will go wherever you
Cool.
end up going, Maple. I'll be within 20 feet of you.
Yeah,
and
if,
then I can.
if swimming is the least conspicuous way for me to do this, then I'll swim. And I'll go,
Yeah.
like, properly under the water so that I can't be seen and I can't be heard.
In that
And I
case,
don't need to breathe, so I'm just chilling.
alright. So Maple going under the water surface and with little Hemlock Spidey along the side in tandem. Maple, can you go ahead and make a stealth check for me? I'll say with advantage because you are beneath the water.
Yeah.
Question is, do the Warforged have polarizing lenses on their eyes so they can see underwater without any glare?
Do they have like heat detection lenses?
Do you want me to roll stealth as well, or am I good being a
I
little
think
spider?
you're a tiny little spider. I don't think there's much
They're
chance of seeing a little
inconspicuous.
spider on the side.
Also,
I will take a perception check from you though.
Yes, I can do that.
I rolled a 24 stealth.
24, okay.
And I rolled a 28 perception.
28 perception. So, Maple, as you delve beneath the surface, you get kind of deep, and you can see like it drops off quick. There's no like shallow shoreline. This coast has been dug flat and deep to like a dockside, so that boats and things can get up close to these buildings and piers and things. And it's surprisingly really quite clean. Across many shorelines, the water can get real kind of crappy. But this is actually really quite clean. You can see like another couple like
liquid
protruding pipes from buildings like pouring water out into the dockside. So you can see like the little kind of the plumes of the water as it goes underneath as you swim under the surface. Hemlock, as you're kind of spidering alongside, keeping a vague pace with Maple. Maple's moving at half speed underwater. You're moving at 20 feet, so you're about similar
Even
paces.
pace.
And you see like out on the water, one of those like hover boats kind of going along the coast with a number of warforged and soldiers and people like in it, like scanning and looking around. They seem to have waterborne patrols as well, scanning and moving up along the coastline.
We'll keep Maple informed of what's going on up above, and I'm still concentrating on locate creature, which I have just. It does only last an hour, but I renewed it before we left. She's come back. What?
You hear her.
You can hear her.
Yeah.
She's loud.
Yeah. Oh,
As you keep making progress along this shoreline, eventually, Hemlock, you get a ping on your locate creature. They are down.
Ow.
And seemingly where like the chimney come up that are still smoking, and then down.
Mm-hmm. I will pass that on to Maple. And yeah, just trying to direct her so we can get like as close to the building as possible before she has to get out of the water.
Mm-hmm. You can get to the building. It fronts onto the water itself. It's another one of these buildings on the water side itself. It actually kind of protrudes across and over the dock and over the water. And there's like little kind of stands that come down from the building and go down into the water itself. Mm-hmm. There's another one of these pipes that kind of protrudes out the end, and there is like a stream of water kind of gushing out of it and into the water.
Get in the pipe.
I was gonna say, do I get in the pipe?
Swim up the pipe.
Do I swim up?
Minecraft this shit.
Yeah. You can totally swim straight up a 1x1 waterfall.
I mean, I'm pretty strong. I have a good
the lip of the pipe is about like 10 feet above the water's surface.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm not getting in there.
You try and swim so fast you fly upwards.
Get the special armor that you can get from Breath of the Wild, which lets you swim up waterfalls. You just have to fight the certain creature that gets you the swim up waterfalls armor.
Just dolphin dive that shit.
Yeah.
Easy.
Become a flying fish. Just.
Yeah, well, we don't call you the Marlin for nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Live up to your nickname.
I also, dang, I didn't choose that barbarian that lets you get so angry you fly. No. Okay, is there like an entrance to the building, like on the river side?
It doesn't look like
from this pipe.
It doesn't look like there's like a space for boats to come up to and like enter the building from that side.
I assume there's like a way for me to get out of the river.
No, not here.
Oh well, I mean this side wall is. Well, is the side wall like made of stone or something? Could I like get grips and just?
You can try and climb up, yeah.
Climb my way up.
Yeah, make an athletics check for me.
Yeah, I can do that. That's gonna be a 24.
24. Yeah, you nice and quietly and carefully make your way up, climbing up like the stone edge of this kind of waterside. and like above you is
Imagine like a soaking wet gnome, like
Your like white clown makeup has just like melted
Oh,
down
no.
your face.
my clown makeup.
it's ruined. But yeah, you
I'm
can.
also aware that I am now going to be dripping as I walk places.
So you can,
Maybe
you're
swimming
climbing up
with
like the
my
side
brother.
of what is essentially like the building next to the target building.
Yeah.
There is no gap between, or if there is, it's been blocked off. You can try and climb
Sure.
over that onto the rooftop of the building that you're on. You can you can try and like sideswipe your way along to the pipe entrance itself.
Yeah, I'll do.
Yeah. Okay. Going off that same athletic check, you can like quite
Gimme.
quietly climb. You kind of rejoined with Spider Hemlock, and you can like shimmy your way. It's like proper like Ezio shit, like going.
I feel like I see a spider, and then for a moment I'm like, "Hey, look, is it you?"
Yeah, you hear. I think even back in your mind, it is in your mind, so you know that it's her. But you do hear effectively like the Minecraft spider noise.
Oh no!
It's
That is a yes.
it's very difficult, and you have to kind of jump the end, going like it's a pipe. There's like a handhold on the side for you to go along, but like you get a bit of height on it, kind of scooch along the top, and just manage to splash into the pipe itself. It's about 5 feet across.
You're so stealthy.
As you swing inside,
Yes. There's a Warforged waiting for me. Checking the
Pipes
pipes.
a mimic.
You just casually
Pipes a
swimming.
mimic.
Oh god.
The pipe.
The pipe
The,
just
the
swallows
Warforged
me.
dolphin just.
The whole river is a
you
mimic.
take 50 points of lightning damage.
What the fuck?
Jeez.
As you swing through, there is an invisible barrier
Oh
at the
no.
mouth of the actual pipe itself. And as you take this zapping, burning, spasming flame of damage, and you splash in, you like catch your breath, and you look at the water that's like around your ankles and feet now as you like stumble to one side. It appears to be like darkish green with like a shine of oil across its top. There's like chips of like you know like metal chips from like a lathe,
Yeah.
like and scum and like scum on the top of this water. And as you're like up against it and you've swung through it now, you can see how all of these contaminants and waste are being vaporized by this
okay.
force barrier that you have
Okay,
just...
but that means it's not necessarily like a detection barrier, which is good. I said not necessarily. I didn't
Better
say
fucking
it
hope
wasn't.
Yeah.
identify on it. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, just
Otherwise that wizard's just gonna be there like, yep, another piece of metal scrap. Yep, another piece of metal scrap. Yep.
Yeah, how would they know? And like if there's
Right into the.
and it can't even be like a
Luckily-
living thing, because if there's a rat, it'd just be like, oh, another rat, we have to go check. Like, nah, we're fine.
Yeah.
whatever
I feel like
whatever
it's
the case
practical.
might be, you've swung into this thing. Hemlock is like on the pipe outside. You've
It's
swung
not-
through this and you've landed in this space.
Like
I mean,
people,
seeing
people doesn't wear shoes, so she's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
standing in.
you've got like
sludge.
metal chips
Oh,
in your
that's
feet.
true. Yeah.
No, Maple, you're gonna get tetanus.
Maple, you
got the
do take
vaccine.
2 points of slashing damage from bits of like
Damn
Let
it.
me just
small
run
like shards of
quick.
metal coursing. Like this thing is like flowing quite fast. Like you're a strong
I need a
gnome.
punch. No, I'm joking.
You're a strong gnome, so I'm not making you roll to like not fall out in this moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're like it is like coursing like shards of metal past
Yes.
your ankles.
I have 97 hit points now, guys.
I guess seeing Maple like spasm like that, I will not follow her into the pipe because this spider has 1 hit point, and that's
Oh
bad.
shit!
So-
Yeah.
I will kind of like wait out. I'm gonna. Can I hear under the street the flow of the pipe? You know how you can sometimes hear sewers below pavements? Can I hear the flow of the pipe below the street?
Are you gonna like go off this pipe around the building into the street?
Like I'm going basically where like you said this pipe kind of comes out of a wall of the dock, right?
Like so, there's the building that you've arrived at that has the chimneys.
Okay.
this building has these chimneys. It fronts onto the water. The pipe kind of comes out the bottom.
I misunderstood. No, in that case, I will try and I can't get in through that pipe, so I'm just gonna kind of staying on the side of the building. I'm gonna try and find a different way in. If these windows are like shuttered, maybe if I'm small enough, I can like get under one of the shutters, things like that.
Now I'm just thinking that like I wanted to go in with Hemlock because
I can't.
But now I'm like, do I have to leave the pipe again and take another 50 damage? That seems like a bad idea.
Could you ethereal out of it?
Oh, maybe. I assume it doesn't have a function for disintegrating ethereal matter.
You're on a different plane.
Yeah, I could do that.
Also, if you did that, you could just not go through the disintegrating field and like just pop up the side.
Go
of the
around
pipe.
it.
Go around it instead.
I don't know. I've got to go through this zappy bit.
You can also do that.
I mean, to be honest, if you ethereal, couldn't you just go through the wall?
Yes.
Yeah,
also that.
like...
Yeah, I'm gonna do. No, I'm gonna make my way out of the pipe using one of my little ethereal plane moments.
Alright, you witch step your way with the hammer, shatter your way through reality for a brief moment, and then reapparate outside the pipe and like get back on the wall.
Ow!
Just ethereal things.
You okay? You okay?
Spiderhead.
Okay, when we get back home, I'm definitely giving you a medical checkup. I don't want to know what kind of diseases were in that water.
I'm resistant to poison.
I know, but that doesn't mean you still can't get ill.
Tetanus.
Get tetanus.
Maple dies a second time from
tetanus.
Green.
What is it?
Maple.
You really
Maple,
don't want to get machine grease in any open wounds.
If you leave it untreated, your leg could go origami. It's not good. Believe me.
Okay.
It'd be worse for you than it is for me.
Okay, let's try and find another entrance then, I guess.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can sneak under some of the little shutters. I'm very small.
Yeah, I assume all of the windows and stuff are shuttered on this building.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, hold on. Was that Rowan talking?
Both. Yes.
Rowan, can I have an investigation check from you to
Absolutely.
locate a crack small enough for little Spidey?
16. 17.
17. Going through and like climbing up the side of the building to these various like shuttered windows and things, you actually, as you're kind of going around, you take like a while to check through each of these shutters. There is not a gap small enough for you.
Shit. Okay.
You can try and go around like directly to the front wherever like the main doorway might be and see if there's a gap there big enough. There's the pipe, there's the chimney, there's potential structural cracks.
Go down the chimney.
Hemlock can't go in the pipe.
I can't go in the pipe.
Not
I will
as a
check out.
spider.
I'll check out the main door. I'll see if there's any other gaps. I'll scout as much of the building as I can.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check for me while you're heading down near street level.
19.
19. As your little spider legs take you down and around toward the front exposed part of the building, kind of while Maple's like kind of outside of the pipe, kind of considering and like scratching, like where do I go next?
Squatting on the
Maple,
pipe.
you do see the boat that has been going back and forth, coming back in your direction.
Ooh. Hide behind the pipe.
Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Okay.
You are no longer submerged in water.
That's gonna be a 21.
Go on. Cool. Yeah, you can like smush yourself back underneath it, kind of back in the water slightly, away from its line of sight, and it doesn't seem to draw
It's
attention
so
to you.
fun having this much stealth. I rolled a 5.
Hemlock, as you spider your way down to the front of this building, it seems as quiet as any other building. Almost more so. You see, like the walls are a bit dirtier. Like the where the gutters from the roof come down towards the side of the building, there's like staining slightly. This building it in general, it seems a bit less cared for and less used. You see, a lot of these shutters actually, there is like dust built up around them. It seems these have been closed for a while. Like whatever, everywhere else has been like locked down. These ones have been closed for a while. As you get near the front, however, seems to be no gap in the door, but there are 4 invisible figures
Oh shit. Okay.
standing out the front.
I will telepath that back to Maple.
I can't go around there.
Yeah, 4 invisible people, right at the front door, and I can't really find a way in. Did you say there was gutters?
As in like on the roof to guide rain
okay.
down off the
Never
roof.
mind. Are there like any like air vents or anything at all like that?
There are, but they are also shuttered.
Okay.
Yeah, they shutter their air fence here, which is
Hmm.
unhelpful.
It's gonna be very stuffy inside that building.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's gonna go hot and sweaty.
God. I have to go
That's
back
smoke
in
as
the
well.
pipe.
Like,
I have to go back in the pipe, don't I?
There's also the chimney. But the
Yeah,
chimney
but
and pipes
yeah.
seem to be the only like open orifices into the building.
But there's
Hell yeah, Santa
also
Claus this bitch.
there's also Warforged like flying around the roofs and stuff.
Can't you like? I mean, if I can go in through the chimney as a spider, can't you just witch step inside the building?
Yeah, but I don't know what's gonna be there when I get there. Is the
Well,
problem.
I'll go. I can go in through the chimney and then tell you.
Sure, let's do that.
I'm gonna fucking try it and hope there's not another grate over this chimney, because if that case, I'm falling down into a fireplace.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna. As I get to the top of the chimney, I want to take a peek down and see if there is anything else that should not be in a chimney. As I look down it.
You could also. Oh, I was gonna say you could detect magic, but you can't.
No,
'cause you're
I
a
can't.
spider.
In getting to the top of this building and then to the top of this chimney, you crest out of your telepathy range with Maple.
Okay.
It's about 80 feet to the top of the building, and then it ascends another like 50 or so. And as you get to the top of the chimney and peek on down, just like white smoke is coming up towards you. Smells a little bit acrid. Doesn't smell fiery.
No, fire smoke isn't white. Okay. Do I see any kind of glimmer of magic? Anything arcane within the chimney?
Make a perception check with your little spidey eyes. With disadvantages, there is white smoke kind of flowing up into your face.
Natural 1. For 11 total.
A lot of smoke.
Okay, I will hold my little spider lungs and go with scuttling.
All right. So you descend on the inside of this chimney. After a little ways, you get back into telepathic range of Maple. And so the top of this chimney is about 150 feet. No, it's about 130 feet above like the ground level.
Mhm.
And so you go down in your smart little spidey brain. You find yourself walking. And you can feel the locate creature. They are almost, not exactly, but they are beneath you.
I will telepath to Maple like, hey, this chimney goes on for longer than it should. And the person, the Ruby's friend is nearby. They're below me, almost directly.
Do you think I could fit down the chimney too?
Maple fit down the chimney?
Maple's pretty small.
Maybe. Might be a bit.
A little gnome.
Might be a bit of a squeeze, and it's kind of dirty. I would also say that the air is bad, but that doesn't really matter for you. Smells bad, but I don't think you have to worry about breathing it.
Okay.
We
Yeah, in
need
that
to...
case, I'm probably gonna try and climb up to the roof then.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep an eye on the boat and also on any flying lads above me, because I don't want to.
Maple, before you do you think it's a good idea of trying to get back to the others? Like, we know now it's this building, and we know, we know a way that at least some of us can get in.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, actually. The whole point of this was reconnaissance. I kind of forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down a little bit further just to see if I can get to where this chimney opens out. And then once I've done that, I will scoot back up.
You're traveling for maybe... So the top of this chimney to the ground level was like... 130 feet. In your little spidey brain, you'd guess that you maybe travel 200, 250, 300, just down and down and down, until eventually you find a circular, about 4 foot wide, a bit less, like it's like a medium creature could fit in it, but it's cramped. Brass vent pipe.
Okay.
It travels along in one direction and has small, like, slat vents in it. This air that's coming up and past is, like, flowing in from one direction towards you in this pipe. You can see it kind of collects near the top. But this is not like an airtight pipe.
No.
Down at this level. You actually notice as you're heading down it, there are a couple other, like, input points where white smoke is being pumped through. Can you make just a general intelligence check? I'm not really sure what to classify this. I'm just going to say a general intelligence.
15.
15. This smoke, the acrid quality to it seems to be coming from this bottom section, where there isn't really much of it at all. Most of it was coming from, like, the acrid smell is from this bottom bit.
Yeah.
Above, it's kind of just like vapor.
Okay.
It's kind of just steam. But when you get down to this, like, bottom level and glance out these little vented slats, you see something utterly alien. A train station. There is a platform with a number of mechanical cranes, bunch of people manning them and operating them. You see what looks to be like a much larger version of the shimmer ships that you saw. Long, like a large center section, but this one has like a large front section to it with a large static humming, like, energy from a coil nearby charging its front section. From behind it, there seems to be a second component, a second car, that seems to have, like, circular slots in the top. And large, be 15-foot tall, almost 10-foot wide cylinders being craned up and lowered within. I'm just going to see if maybe this is appropriate to put you on a map real quick.
Oh shit.
Oh damn! Oh damn!
Guys, I'm so scared.
Hemlock has discovered Volman subway.
I found the fucking underground railroad,
The best part was
but the worst kind.
me thinking, oh yeah, we're fine. They can only move by either the shimmer ship or boats. No, Alex.
They've got a fucking railway
they've
network.
got trains.
You are...
But if there's one thing I know about railways, they don't run on time.
Run on steam usually.
Yeah.
I mean,
That should be all hidden. I'm just going to trust that this is hidden appropriately and just whack you on here.
you found a like zombie subway station, so I can only assume the theme, like not theme tune, their slogan is Takastor, eat flesh.
Oh.
Maggie, Hemlock.
Yeah.
You're on the far right-hand portion of this map,
Okay.
in this vent, up at the top right. And that is what you see before you.
A
Top
darkness.
right.
Wow, it's all dark. Oh no,
Oh,
sorry, I
boy.
didn't see.
Okay.
Right side.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the right side. You can see there's
Oh
this
my
this
God.
massive, like, crackling static ring, which actually lowers from the ceiling, and energy's, like, arcing from it to, like, the front of this machine.
Yeah.
There are these large brass cylinders that are hanging and are, like, trundling along a, like, brass, like, monorail hangs from the ceiling that, like, comes out from an archway that has, like, a door to it, but, like, the monorail comes out the top, and there's, like, a kind of a closed off archway that goes further in. You see a number of red jumpsuit wearing engineers, like brass goggles,
Oh
brown
shit!
leather.
Like the ones that I saw working on the brass golem in the same
Somewhat
uniform.
similar. Yeah. and these canisters are being like brought in front of a large crane that is just finishing up lowering one of them into the top of like the second car of this train. Your locate creature
I was just about to ask.
is pinging inside one of the things in the train.
Okay. Ugh! I don't like this at all. Okay. What I'm gonna do... so like the vent that I'm in that you said could potentially fit like a medium creature, you said that there is like fresh air coming from one direction, right?
So it seems... It's strange. It feels like what's coming through this pipe is not a gas.
Okay.
In spider form, it's hard to tell. It's a weird way to experience things, especially with like your spores around you, kind of adding to your senses, but in some ways confusing them.
Yeah.
Further up the pipe, where this white steam was what's being injected into it, it kind of fills a lot of your senses. And as you kind of spend a bit more time in this vent, especially in close proximity to this large humming buzz, you can see where this vent goes, like through the out slats. You see it kind of runs to the side and goes into a wall. It has almost the air itself tastes like that static hum.
Okay.
There is almost a flavor, almost like smelling ozone. Just in this pipe, there's like an energy flowing through it, invisible almost, but tangible.
Okay. So the way that's translating in my head, and you don't have to confirm or deny this or whatever, is that like there's not an air vent that is like funneling in fresh air from the outside somewhere. It is air being, I don't know, like created or something from somewhere underground, and this vapor that I was going through is just being pushed out to like disguise this smell, maybe. Okay. The fuck do we get them in there then? While like kind of looking down into the train station, do I see any doorways, staircases up, things like that?
So
Lifts? I don't know. I don't know what a lift is.
From this location, there is just this platform with its like crates and machinery. This vent continues off down like to the south of you, and then turns and vanishes into a wall. And where this like monorail comes out, you can see like there is a doorway to it, and it actually kind of like pulls open, and another one of these large canisters comes out of it and is loaded up like next to be loaded. As you stay there for a second and actually like pop a quick line of sight into what additional shows through there. You see a bit more of an extra corridor. This monorail kind of continues along, splits in one direction. Yeah, that appears to be the main thoroughfare out, like onto and out of this platform that you can see from where you are.
Okay. Fuck. I don't know how to. Okay.
Just very quickly, while
Yes.
you're in this pipe, observing this strange underground apparatus, everyone else,
Yeah.
sitting in this small, dark generator room. Is there anything that you guys would like to be doing?
How long has it been since they're gone?
With the swimming, it was about 1 kilometer away, but then taking the time to investigate and explore some stuff, I'll say it's been, so far, 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. So we've been waiting, not doing nothing for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, like a minutes are passing.
Shit. Right.
I mean, Nute doesn't have much prep, so he's offered to play cards with some people.
Can I? Well, they were getting like change and things like that, or while we were sitting around. Could I please try sleight of hand sneak specific playing card into each party member's pocket?
Absolutely, yeah. Make a sleight-of-hand check.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's gonna be
baby.
fun.
Always fucking
Alright.
set it up for a
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
trick.
Yeah. 26 sleight of hand.
On the who?
None of them know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking good because we all have fucking high perception.
Yeah, I think
Nice.
3 people in the party have got a passive perception over 20. So
20 or plus.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
22.
Deck
Damn.
saves and high perceptions. You fuckers are fucking primed to win D&D.
Yeah.
When you throw shit at this like us, like shit
I mean,
like
it's
this
true.
at us.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have disadvantage on perception, so I don't know why.
Yeah,
not.
I've almost fixed you.
Yeah. My class has disadvantage. I just have sunglasses. It just
That's true.
My
mean, to be-
dex saves are shit, but
That's true. I target you more. So, while the rest of the gang are playing cards and sneaking things around, Hemlock, as you're sitting in this vent, you can hear nearby running water slightly. It's not in the pipe that you're in, but you can hear the sound of running water. As you're just like staying there and listening, you can see through this like crack in this doorway that leads onto like the adjacent hallway. You see another couple of grey blades like pacing back and forth along it, and pace back out of sight. You see one of these like doors that kind of close up around this monorail like begin to open and get stuck. You see one of these grey blades like the second it's shut like spin around and bark an order through into the next chamber, and from the darkness you see one of those Warforged juggernauts like walk up to it, place a large mechanized hand around it, and open it back open, walk back. This place appears to be busy.
Yep.
It is the platform is a hive of activity. You can hear now like similar shouts to what you heard while scrying on Rudy's partner.
yeah.
The calls of acceleration, of being rushed, of assembling and organizing something.
All right. I genuinely don't know what to do with this, so I'm just gonna start heading back, like with as much of this, like the layout memorized as I can, and just head back the way that I came. In fact, no, I want to take a little bit of a jaunt the other way through the vent where I can like smell the other air and just see if I can see what that is, and then I will head on back.
Go ahead and move yourself as far as you want to go.
So I want to get like to here where the pipe disappears into the wall, and just see what I can see. Like do I see, I don't know, like a tiny little grate leading out into sunlight or something? I don't know, like anything of what I can see.
One pipe like veers off and leads straight down.
Yeah, not interested in that.
And you can hear down there is moving water down there.
Okay.
There seems to be some kind of reservoir of water down there.
Okay.
In front of you, this pipe continues for maybe another 60 or so feet before it seems to come to an end, a rounded end, and finish. And you can very faintly see at the end of that, there is a pale blue glow coming from the bottom, like rising up from whatever end of the pipe there is.
Okay. I want to go down it, but I don't think I will. I will. With all that, I'm gonna start heading back. Just the way that I came, through the pipe and up out the chimney.
Alrighty. Little spidery legs take you back up the pipe, up the long, long path up the chimney. Eventually you emerge out the top, down the outside again, back along the outside of the buildings, and eventually return with Maple back to your little hideout.
Who won the card game?
I mean, I think it was probably you, right?
Hold on a second.
Maybe.
Albert played with athletics, right?
I don't know how you're playing it, but if you want to roll that way, you can roll that way.
Depends on how hard you put a card down. Is it like Yu-Gi-Oh? Are you opening a trap card?
You activated my trap card!
Yeah.
Alex.
Yeah, just because when you asked the question, we moved a bit. Ashura would like to, during the time he has in between, he'd like to investigate the power source. How it's connected, if it still is, which I don't think it is. You told us it was shut down, right? And Nute, do you have still one of those bombs, right?
Yep.
Okay. Do we know?
Bomb?
No, we didn't. We have like a detonators, like the things we bought from that smith.
Oh, Markos, I think.
Oh no, I have.
Yeah,
Yes, I've got
yeah.
a few of those. I also have this sticky bomb.
Okay. Do we know? Are those ones like capable of being, like, turned on from far away, or do we have to be like?
Well,
close
this
to it?
sticky bomb, you light the fuse and chuck it, and it goes off after like anywhere between 6 and 20 odd seconds.
Okay. Okay.
It's kind of hard to judge.
Ashura, do you want to blow this up?
I am. It is. I'm just thinking if we need a diversion at one point, we have this to blow up. Andrew, I'd like to check if, even if it's not on, if we make it explode, will there be a bigger explosion?
Make an Arcana check with advantage,
Let's go.
because Markos has already been around these things and been involved in an explosion already.
I can tell you exactly what it feels like.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
I've
it's not
rolled
good.
so shit.
not good.
Like today, I've rolled so shit.
You
It's
just
a
had
5
to,
and an
can't
8.
you just like
so
write
it's
some
18.
magic on it and tell it to explode once the third half moon has passed or something?
Yeah.
Well, what we could do is we could also. What's the container for the battery made out of? Just steel, metal.
Oh, that's a
So
good point.
it's what did you roll?
18.
18.
Yeah.
So
Shitty roll.
this is essentially what appears to be some kind of machine that feeds into one of these canisters. It's a similar size to like a fire extinguisher, of like brass with like bands around it and a little dial at the top. With your knowledge of the arcane being what it is, and with Markos's brief looking over this stuff before, this appears to be a generator source that gathers some kind of energy or power, concentrates it, and then loads it into this canister. The canister is the bit that goes bang. The actual machine itself, maybe something. You're not sure.
Okay.
The canister, definitely.
Oh. Okay.
And inspecting this thing, again about the size of a fire extinguisher, appears to be full.
Can we take it out?
Yeah.
Can we put it in the bag of holding?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can we put another one in? Just like, we may as well fill up another if we're going to be here for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
You can, as you like, stick the next one in. You're not sure how to turn the machine on.
Oh, is it not switched on? Oh,
No,
okay.
no.
No. Can I? Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's being greedy.
Maybe let's not turn on that machine.
Yeah. Maybe let's
Maybe
not.
maybe
turn
just
on-
leave it.
Yeah. Maybe let's leave it. I'll just put another
Alrighty.
one. But we've got one. So if we need a diversion, we can stick that, throw it, and it will be big boom.
Well,
Sure, let's add that to the bag of holding, and that is going to be called full magic canister.
Rupert, you
Perfect.
were saying something?
yes. Well, if you take a metal canister and that obviously has an explosive component underneath it or is under some kind of negative pressure, and we put a fire underneath it, that'll give us enough time for the fire to slowly warp the metal to release the pressure and explode. So that would be a timed mechanism of some sort. It would give us at least 5 minutes or so.
That's pretty good. So we've got two possibilities, whether it's one in like a dire situation and the other one for like a time mechanism. At least we've got that.
Plus, I have oil, so if we want to set a fire, I've got you.
How many pockets do you have, Rupert? Way too many.
I literally everything that Rupert carries is for a fucking magic trick or performance or something. I have
love
no
it.
useful shit. Don't ask me for rope. I will never have rope.
But
Also, sure. Have you met the standard adventurer walking around with like two
Sure.
short swords, a long sword, four
Yeah.
javelins, a whole
It's a
pack?
bit,
it.
it's a bit nuts,
Like-
yeah.
it's a bit not. No, I love it, but yeah.
So, with you guys pocketing this explosive canister into the bag of holding, the one that you have felt the force of most personally, Markos, and with Hemlock,
Safe in there.
yeah, it's fine. And with Maple and Hemlock returning safely from their reconnaissance, though it may be a little bit wet, as you guys slip back in through the window and begin telling the party of what you've seen, that is where we're going to end tonight's game. And we'll get to whatever plans you might concoct to invade my secret James Bond villain evil layer fucking bullshit.
Evil train station, here we go.
Yeah.
I hate
And
train
we'll get to
stations
that.
so much.
I love train stations. And you'll be able to tell that soon
Stress
enough.
me out.
So, with that, we're going to end tonight's game. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Both that have been here for a while, they've just joined for giveaways and for fun. We hope to see you guys next week, and with the rest of the stuff. We have D&D here every Thursday. Meg, help me.
Sorry, Andrew, you're doing my job right now.
No, I'm ramping up to hand it off to you, but I'm demonstrating why it needs handing off to you, and then I'm handing it off to you.
We have D&D here every Thursday, as Andrew said, 6:30 BST. Be here or be a square, as people say.
Do they say that?
Yes, Alex. Yeah, so we have that. We don't have a mini arc Monday coming this Monday because we had one Monday just gone. If you want to go watch the VOD of that, it was a fun prison break
Watch the
thing.
VOD.
It
It
was
was
great.
fucking wild.
It was amazing.
But we will have something coming on the 31st of May. So feel free to tune in for that. Other than that, I don't think we've got that much going on the chans at the moment. Obviously we are potentially looking at something that we might replace Cyberpunk with at some point. But we're working on it. Yeah. You can find our various lovely people on various lovely channels. Check out Witch and Craft. Rowan is over there sometimes. Check out Kilted Cajun on a Friday for Tomb of Annihilation with Prue. Yeah. Andrew's doing an exciting thing, but that's not till June, so we won't tell you about that yet. You can't advertise things too soon, Andrew.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
What?
So, as always, thank you to D&D Beyond for supporting us. Thank you guys for joining the giveaway, if you joined the giveaway. Thank you,
to Tal, for winning.
That's Tal.
Congrats, Tal.
If they haven't already, a mod will DM you with your code.
Already done.
Tal's got it.
And yeah, there we go. And obviously, Cognitive Merchant, we love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
For your lovely... Go and buy some cool leather stuff. Go do it.
And some dice from
Not so
SaberDice.
good as well. Like,
Get some, when they're next on sale, get some dice from SaberDice because they're
Bam.
cool.
They're sexy.
You should also do that.
You should also do that. Do that.
Yes.
If you feel like it.
Or maybe not
No,
without sell. Like,
do
go
it.
buy them
Just
now.
do it
Even if
anyway.
you
Just
don't
do
feel
it.
Do
like
not
it.
listen to Simon. Okay, do not listen to us.
He doesn't know what
is-
he's talking about.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Dice.
He... Yeah.
Simon's too modest.
He's very modest.
He's
He shouldn't be.
And come
Makes
And
cool
come back
shit.
next week because we're going to be doing another giveaway.
Yeah.
So.
And the week after that. And
Yeah.
the next one.
Just come every Thursday. We play D&D.
Yeah, even if there
yeah,
are
hang
out.
no, you know...
I think that's just about it. I've just dropped in the Roll20 chat. Chaotic Lawful is playing some Dragon Age Origins, so we're going to pop they're the only person I saw and they're doing vaguely D&D
Yeah,
stuff.
same.
So let's hop a little raid over to them. Don't forget, if you want to use the D&D Beyond and you haven't checked it out already, or if you do use it and want to both use a cool thing and support us, use the link. I think it's, D&D Beyond / Chasing Tales link, something like that.
dndbeyond.link/chasingtalesrpg, I think.
That's
Oh yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
I've clicked
We'll
on it
post it.
repetitively.
We'll post it on our Twitter again. Using that link is what ratifies and reinforces that that support. So by doing that, you support us and check out a really cool tool for D&D. Bish bash bosh. Raid. Good night. Have a wonderful time, and we'll see you guys soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.
Give me a second, I can't find I have too many
Okay.
scenes. Wait,
Keep waving.
okay, cool.
Smile and wave.
Smiling wave, boys, smiling wave.